We be live. Shalom, shalom. Hi, everyone. How's my audio? Have you liked the stream? Starting the show very aggressively. Very. Oh my God, I'm threatening you guys. Have you? Okay. Have you liked the stream? Please like the stream. I've been told that I have connections to Mossad, so be very afraid if you do not know. Actually, Susanna told me not to. It's a joke, okay? Susanna thought that some of you might take this seriously. I'm not threatening you guys, okay? Just like the stream, it helps the channel. Leave a comment. Your comments in the live chat is going to be highlighted by Sarah. Sarah, thank you so much for your service. Thank you for being here. Sarah is amazing. Yeah, we'll be live. Yeah, exactly. People in the live chat. And also, Naveed was reminding me to make sure that I like and subscribe. Thank you so much, Naveed. That was very helpful. Anyways, today I predicting that I'm going to get very angry. All right. So don't tell me to calm down because I'm about to get, pissed with the takes that Piers has on Islam and Tommy Robinson. We'll see. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I could manage to calm down, but I highly doubt it. So let's see. Yeah, Gene. Hey, Gene. Live and like. Yeah, fantastic. Thank you. Like. Shalom, shalom. All right. So people, get around. Let's see what we have here. Like the stream so that more people end up coming here. So I have a couple of videos, and I picked certain parts of different shows that Piers Morgan has on his Uncensored show, where he doesn't just seem to get it. He doesn't seem to get it. And it's such an insane mistake. I don't understand how we still have to go over these basic concepts. Anyways, let me just play these things, these sections of these videos that I've selected, so you guys are on the same page and understand what I'm talking about. So the first one is on the 20-minute mark. Here, once I play it, let me know if you have the audio from the clip that I'm playing, so that I know everything is working well. All right, so let's play.
Deliberately amplified as a kind of bogeyman by the other side.
Oh, let's go back a little bit to mix it. He's talking about Tommy, okay? He's talking about Tommy. Wait, did I start it a bit late? 20 minutes and 40-second mark. Okay.
I also think not only is that undeniably true, but also he has been deliberately amplified as a kind of bogeyman.
Okay, so I have to go a little bit backwards because for people to understand the context that he's talking about Tommy.
Gained a lot of support, and I had a number of people reach out and explain all that to me. But I don't think somebody like Tommy would have risen to where he's at now and gained the amount of support he had if there hadn't been so much corruption in the UK covering this all up.
Well, I think that may be true.
Because maybe he like I think
that may be true. And I also think on that point, just to jump in, I also think not only is that undeniably true, but also he has been deliberately amplified as a kind of bogeyman by the other side because they know he's so flawed and so damaged and so in many ways lacking credibility because of his extensive criminal record and so on.
This is so unfair. So unfair. And guys, look at this panel. They're all so acting like they care about the whole grooming gang situation, and these two women here are considered to be very conservative, and yet they all agree. None of them seem to have any issue with them calling Tommy a very flawed person who the other side are using as the face of this grooming gang situation in the UK on purpose to dismiss, to say like, oh, look at the face of this whole situation is a flawed criminal man. And that's his theory as a way to dismiss the whole thing. That is so ungrateful and unfair to Tommy. For all these years, the main person that has been talking about this and bringing attention to this issue, it has been Tommy. And now that the world is paying attention to it, these people are like, oh yeah, this is a issue that we need to talk about, but not with Tommy. Tommy is a flawed person being used by the other side. So they want to act like they care about the situation while throwing Tommy under the bus. The very person that has been constantly talking about this. So they're like, oh, the world cares about this now. Give us the issue, but not with Tommy. Does this not make you angry? Because he's a flawed person. As if the rest of you are fucking perfect. You're sitting right next to an anti-Semite and this other lady who believes in a whole bunch of cuckoo stuff. And you think you are perfect? You think you guys are clean? Oh yeah, let's just throw away Tommy. Let's take the issue from him and throw Tommy under the bus. Huh? Guys, when I heard this, I got so, tell me you're getting angry. Tell me this makes you angry. Let's let them continue.
They're quite happy for him to be the front man, having a go at them because they think it gives them a bit of a pass. I think that can also be true.
Yeah.
Oh, look, she's nodding. Yeah. Nodding. I don't know what her name is. Jordan. This is Jordan Peterson's daughter. I forgot her name. She has actually a cool name. I forgot her name. But she's like, yeah. They're using it. Tommy. Yeah, Tommy is a flawed person. That's why. Dude, what are you talking about? He has been the most consistent person on this whole issue. Unbelievable. Okay, look at this.
Yeah, agreed. As for Elon getting involved in it, I think that's probably a reaction because there's been so much jumping up and down about Islamophobia for the last 10-ish years that if people in the UK, especially in the government and police officers, were actually scared to talk about what was going on for fear of being deemed Islamophobic, that's a huge problem. If we can't discuss child rape.
Yeah, you're saying that now while nodding your head to Piers Morgan throwing Tommy under the bus because he's a flawed person. Wow, because he doesn't have a clean record. Yeah, as if everybody else is perfect. You're nodding so you're making the point that, oh, this is such a messed up situation. Yeah, you don't say. You know who has been saying this for a long time while being ignored by most people? Tommy. And you just nodded to Piers Morgan throwing him under the bus.
Because we're worried about being called racist. Like, I understand where Candace is coming from, saying don't throw the racist term around. I do get that, and it's a slippery slope. I completely understand that. But I think what happened and what's going on in the UK is so egregious and so awful. Like, I can't. Wow,
so awful. Yeah. You don't say. Graping little children for many thousands of times while being ignored by the people that are trying to bring attention to this for years, graping in the most unusually brutal way. That is awful. Wow, what a great insight. What an amazing insight. The more important issue is, why are you guys throwing the person that has been saying this for so many years and being ignored? Why are you throwing him under the bus and agreeing to him? Agreeing to Piers Morgan with this? Like, oh my God. Like, oh guys, grape is bad. Wow, thank you so much for this insight. We didn't know. What's bad was actually what's also bad that you guys are not realizing is betraying the very person that has sacrificed his life trying to stop this. You guys are part of the problem. You want to take the virtue signaling from this whole issue, like, oh, we care about this. Now that it's easy, now that everybody is like, okay, yeah, now everybody is on the same page that this is happening. Now that it's easy to condemn this, you want the virtue signal points, but the person that has paid the most price for trying to stop this, still you're telling him that, oh, well, he's a flawed man. He has a criminal record. He didn't pay his mortgage. Wow. Oh no, really? I'm so sorry. Well, I guess, like, yeah, we could throw him under the bus because he had like some criminal record with his mortgage or something. Wow. Okay. Fucking hell.
I think of a lot worse than finding out about something like this especially given it's been going on for so long. And especially given people haven't been talking about it because of the fear of being called Islamophobic.
Yeah, people haven't been talking about it except Tommy.
I can't think of anything worse. So I can see why Elon's freaking out.
Yeah, I can't think of something worse. I can think of something worse is all of that, plus you guys trying to steal this from Tommy while throwing him under the bus.
I mean, I agree with you, and I listen. I've discussed with Candice before this very lazy trait people have of apportioning that kind of label to anybody for absolutely anything to shut down debate. I've got to say, in the case of Tommy Robinson, I think he's an unashamed Islamophobe. I mean,
are we still talking about this? Oh no, he's an Islamophobe. Well, that is the fucking correct position to have, you moron. Why are we still acting like Islamophobe? I don't even, first of all, Islamophobia is a nonsensical term. If you're talking about being against Islam, then he has the correct fucking position, you idiot. Oh my God. You guys are behind on everything. Tommy is being proven right on his position with these grooming gangs. At some point, you guys are going to come here and admit that you were wrong about Islam. And you have to admit, even at that point, you're going to act like you were always on the right side of things. Like, oh no, Tommy is we agree with him now that Elon Musk is bringing attention to this. Now we're agreeing with Tommy that the grooming gang situation is bad. But he cannot be the right person. I know he has sacrificed his safety, being with his family, his freedom, everything over this issue. But I am sitting in my own studio comfortably without paying any price. I should be congratulated instead for bringing attention to this because I'm not an Islamophobe like Tommy. Fuck you. Like, guys, I'm not supposed to use swear words on YouTube because I get demonetized. This video is gonna get demonetized and it's gonna get deprioritized, but I really can't help it. I have to say, fuck you, Piers. Fuck you. Please like the stream to undo the algorithm cost that we are paying for this. Like, I really can't stop myself from saying that to him. He's an Islamophobe. Well, have you fucking read the Quran, you fucking moron? And again, these are the people, as you will see, who don't understand the difference between Islam and Muslims. They're such a very simple concept to understand. Whenever they're like, oh, have you read the Quran? Have you read the Hadith? You should be an Islamophobe. You should be an Islamophobe. And they're like, well, most Muslims are good people. Fucking idiot. I'm talking about Islam. I'm not talking about the average Muslim. Islam is what is written in the fucking Quran and the Hadith. That is Islam. Have you fucking read it? If you have read it and you have no issue with it, you're a fucking psychopath. Or maybe you don't know what you read. Let's just be charitable here. Maybe you have no idea what you just read. Oh no, he's an Islamophobe. Yeah, and he's also pro-Muslim. Did you know that? Did you know Tommy also is pro-Muslim while being anti-Islam? Do you know that is possible? Do you know Tommy has a lot of Muslim friends? Do you know he also dated a Muslim? Do you know he saved a Muslim from wrongful accusation? He went out of his way to save a Muslim from a wrongful rape accusation because he investigated it and realized that this man was being accused wrongly. And when that Muslim was being accused and everybody assumed that man was guilty, Tommy was the person that went out of his way to clear his name, that Muslim man's name, and they became best friends because he's properly anti-Islam without being anti-Muslim. Yeah, exactly, Navid. It's a bold of you to assume that Muslims read the Quran. Yeah, Muslims are good people on average because they ignore Islam, because they're better than Quran. They're better than the Quran. They're better than the Hadith. They ignore it. They don't follow it. They're not good people because of Islam. They're good people in spite of Islam. Oh, God. Yeah, let's continue.
This is a guy who, when I interviewed him, once I interviewed him, started waving the Quran around and just openly abusing everything about Islam. And
oh no, the pages of the Quran. He threw the Quran around. Wow, I'm so deeply saddened for the paper and the ink, the sentient, self-aware paper and ink that is the Quranic pages. I'm sure it felt a lot of pain. I'm sure the Quran is deeply traumatized. I'm sure. Well, let me see, guys. I have a Quran right here. All right. And let me take a page of the Quran. Trigger warning to Muslims who might not want to see this. So, does it let me see what happens. Is this a crime? Is this immoral? Look at this. Does that hurt? Does that hurt? Quran, does that hurt? Is that torture? Is that do you feel this? Is this a bad thing to do? Is it what happens? What did I harm anybody? Did something get reduced from this world? Did I increase misery in this world? I did a trigger warning. I did a trigger warning to the Muslims in case they are emotionally disturbed from seeing this. But what happened? What happened? Why is this bad? Why is this a bad thing? Why is this a bad thing? How is this immoral? In fact, we should be doing it, given that you guys are so sensitive about it. Oh my, yeah. Piers Morgan has sacrificed so much to bring attention to this issue. He's given his life for it, but one day violated the Quran. The poor pages. I mean, I have another piece of paper here that has nothing written on it. So apparently, guys, tell me exactly why this is morally okay, but this is morally not okay. Can you tell me why? Can you tell me why? Huh? Why? If you tell me because it hurts people's feelings, well, don't watch it. Don't watch this shit. This is an atheist chat. I gave you a trigger warning. Don't watch somebody. It's not up to them not to do it. It's up to you not to watch it. You're gonna throw away Tommy because he's anti-Islam, because he abused the Quran. Abused. What words
to
did
me,
he use?
Quran around and just. I mean, this is a guy who, when I interviewed him, one time I interviewed him, started waving the Quran around and just
waving the Quran around. Oh no! Did he even do what I did, or did he just wave it? Waving the Quran is bad. So we have a new standard. Is this a bad thing? I don't think even Islamically this is a bad thing. Is this a bad thing? Waving the Quran is now a bad thing?
Openly abusing everything about Islam and
abusing everything about Islam. Islam is not a person. How do I abuse Islam? Openly abusing everything. Guys, can somebody tell me, how do you abuse Islam? I don't understand. I didn't think Islam is abusable. People, sentient things, animals are abusable. Maybe one day AI will be abusable. I don't know. In religion, is any other set of ideas abusable? Can I abuse science? Can I abuse math? Can I abuse 2 + 2 = 4? I believe 2 + 2 = 4. Can you abuse that? How do you abuse that? I don't understand. What are you talking about? Unbelievable.
And to me, that is the definition.
This is what happens when your when your priority, when it comes your moral system, is based on feelings and protecting people's feelings rather than people themselves. Unbelievable.
Definition of an Islamophobic person. So it doesn't mean that.
Oh my God, so Islamophobic person. Says the person that probably, hey Piers, have you read the Quran? Have you read the Hadith? Have you read the Tafsir? Why are you acting like it's the wrong position to be against Islam if you don't understand Islam? So can somebody contact this guy and tell him hey, maybe read the thing.
there aren't people who are.
No, somebody says we can't abuse racism. We can't abuse racism. We could prove racism to be wrong. We can fight racism. We can't abuse. For you to abuse racism, racism has to be able to feel something. You can fight racism. You can't abuse racism. What the hell?
Not racist, Islamophobic person. So it doesn't mean there aren't people who aren't racist or Islamophobes or
racist and Islamophobe. Why are you putting these next to each other? Again, guys, and to Tommy, the least racist person I know that is talking about these grooming gang things. Tommy is not racist, but see how they snuck in racism? Do you see the dishonesty here, guys? Yeah, I know. Okay. Taki is saying it was a joke. Well, I can't tell it was a joke on the live chat, but thank you for telling me. Do you guys see the trick here? So we have no reason, absolutely no reason, to believe that Tommy is racist. In fact, if anything, we can see we have so much evidence of him attacking racism, fighting against racism. I remember I saw a video of him from many years ago when somebody was comparing him to some white supremacists, and he was like, well, these people were like, aren't you saying the same thing? And he was like, no, I'm against Islam. These people are against everything that is not white. And he looked like a kid. Like, this was like from many years ago. And I'm like, man, this guy was anti-racism from the beginning, for so many years ago. And I was so impressed. Like, this guy has been consistent with his anti-racism. But the dishonest peers here, this is so unfair to put Tommy's name next to racism. Because so many people see Islamophobia and racism as the same thing, he accuses him of Islamophobia, which is a dumb term again. And then he snucks in racism in there as if that applies to Tommy in any way. Unbelievable. He just snuck in racism there. Look at this.
Doesn't mean there aren't people who aren't racist or Islamophobes or sexist or transphobes or any of those things. It doesn't mean there aren't.
Yeah, Tommy is none of those things.
Any. Yeah, but it just means you have to be careful about how you throw that kind of accusation around, and that your primary motivation is not to shut down debate. I think Tommy Robinson was right to continue to highlight the scandal.
But there's a but coming.
Of the rape gangs, but he didn't expose it. And I also think there's a big.
He did expose it because Piers Morgan's excuse for Tommy not exposing it is because there was a report that showed that, like, there was a mainstream media report that showed all of this is happening, but then it was Tommy. Yeah, okay, no, it was a report that most people didn't know about. It was Tommy that brought so much attention to it. So like he's like, so you see how they changed the goalpost, they changed the metric at which they're trying to dismiss Tommy's important by saying he was not the first person to break the story. Okay, well, Tommy does not, obviously, Tommy does not have the resources to go do a deep dive investigation with that takes investigative journalism to be able to find something like this. He's an activist. He brought that information that was discovered, he brought it to the attention of everybody. And that was when everybody was trying to ignore it. And the way Piers Morgan is trying to dismiss the importance of that is brought by bringing by mentioning that he was not the first person to break that story, as if that's what we are celebrating Tommy for. And people don't notice that. People don't notice, like, oh, really? It wasn't Piers. Well, why would we? It wasn't Tommy. Well, why would we assume it was Tommy? Tommy would not be able to do such a thing. That takes a lot of resources to be able to do that level of investigative journalism. Tommy was the person that wanted people to know that this is happening. That's why we're celebrating Tommy, but he wants to destroy all his accomplishments and dismiss all of his accomplishments by just bringing attention to the fact that it wasn't Tommy first that discovered this. Do you see how the Weasley little sneaky thing that he's doing here? Oh my God.
big self-interest with him in spewing deliberate lies about.
Did he, guys? Did he just Tommy? Did he just say Tommy did this for self-interest? Because I'm going to punch something. I'm about to get what? What? What are you talking about? The person that has spent this much time in prison, risking his own life, being next to many Muslims that want to see him dead on purpose. The legal system puts him next to people that want to kill him. The person that has the person that cares so much about being hit with his family. Tommy is such a family man, and he cares about every second that he has with his family, and they robbed him from that. They separated him from his family. What could be more important than that? The risk to his life, to his family, to his safety, to his freedom. He has accepted all of that, and Tommy's accusing, and Piers is accusing Tommy of doing all of this for self-interest. Wait, what did he? I hope I misheard that, because that is evil. That is evil. If Piers had said that, then that's evil. Listen to this.
The scandal of the rape gangs, but he didn't expose it. And I also think there's a big self-interest with him in spewing deliberate lies about the Muslim community and the constant.
What lies about the Muslim community? Everything he has said, except one thing that he apologized for, has been turned out to be right. Well, a couple of things that he apologized for, and I also like him for that, because sometimes he says things that are wrong, but he comes and admits mistake and apologizes for it, right? But everything that he hasn't taken back, most of the things that he has said are true.
Constantly attacking Islam because it makes him money. Muslim community and constantly attacking Islam because it makes him money.
Wow. Tommy constantly attacks Islam because it makes him money. Wow. 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 What a scumbag. What a scumbag. Unfucking believable. Do you know that, Piers? Maybe he's attacking Islam. Only a person that thinks Islam is right, Islam is not evil, would say something like that. Piers, have you considered that maybe Islam deserves to be attacked? Have you considered that, Piers? Or no, Islam is so pure, so without problems, that the only intention somebody has to attack Islam is to make money. That could be the only intention. Do you have any evidence for that, Piers, for that accusation? Are you going to just throw that accusation around without providing evidence for that motivation? How do you know that that's his only motivation, Piers? Do you know? How do you know this? Can you share your justification for such an outrageous claim? What is the point of money? Piers, what is the point of money? Isn't the whole point of money to have a safe, secure life? The man is trying to make money while risking his life, while spending time in jail, away from his family that he cares the most about. What do you think Tommy cares more about? His family or money? Do you think he would make that trade to make more money while being this many years being away from his family? While people threaten his children? While he's in jail put next to people that might want to kill him? Do you think how much money is worth making those risks? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. How ungrateful. How ungrateful do you have to be as a UK citizen to have such a hero trying to fight for your country and then to dismiss all of that it's for money? I mean, you could make that accusation to anybody, given that any form of activism requires making money because you need to eat, you need to pay rent. So if you're doing activism, you need to be paid for that time. I mean, Piers is making money doing his show. Can I make the accusation against Piers that he doesn't actually care about the truth, given that he makes money off of his show? I mean, you can make that accusation about anybody, given that they make money doing their work. I mean, I could just throw that around. Fucking insane.
And I'm very cynical about that. And I think that can also be true.
I would also,
Candace.
yeah, I also.
Oh, wait, I think that also can be true. Well, it could also not be true. Why would you make that accusation?
Very cynical about that. And I think that can also be true.
I would also.
Candace.
Yeah, I also want to add here, just just regarding Elon.
Do you think Candace is going to come? These are supposed to be, these are conservative women here. We saw Michaela. Oh, I remember her name now. Michaela, am I right? She didn't come to save. These are conservative women. She didn't came to support Tommy. Guys, I am when it comes to the economy, I'm considered right-leaning, but when it comes to social issues, I'm considered a little bit more left-leaning, but liberal left-leaning, not woke or communist left-leaning, right? And as a liberal, I'm coming here and defending Tommy. These conservative women, one of them failed to defend Tommy. She actually even nodded her head and agreed with Piers. Do you think Candace, the anti-Semite here, is now going to come and defend Tommy in any way?
Candace.
Yeah, I also want to add here, just just regarding Elon Musk shifting gears and even speaking about.
So yeah, no, nothing about how unfair this attack to Tommy was. Nothing. And I wouldn't assume Candace would say, come and defend Tommy anyways, given that Tommy is such a pro-Israeli Zionist, as he should be, and Candace is such an anti-Semite, an anti-Israeli anti-Semite. So I wouldn't assume that Candace would have anything nice to say about Tommy. I could be wrong about that, but she didn't say anything in defense of Tommy.
About that issue. You are correct. Obviously, I follow UK politics to some degree because of who I'm married to. And I will tell you that it very much seemed to me like he was drudging up this issue because he was getting so much backlash on the H-1B visa. So I don't really know how sincere Elon Musk was when he weighed into that issue at all. Suddenly,
no one's not.
Do you mind if I finish my sentence, Michaela? You've just been talking for a long time. Do you mind if I
Okay, look at Piers's face right now, okay? They're now gonna these women are now gonna fight with each other, and Piers starts smiling. Okay, so let me use Piers' own way of evaluating what's happening. The Piers is like, oh my god, this is such. Again, if I want to use his methodology of judging somebody, look, Piers is like, this is gonna make me money. Look at these girls fighting. This is fantastic drama. So he's not going to interrupt. He's going to let them fight. And look at the smile on his face, because he knows that when these women start fighting with each other, this is what gets the views. This drama is what gets the most views. Just look at his face. Just look at his face, okay? And then think about the accusation that he made about Tommy.
Do you mind if I finish my sentence?
Focus while I'm playing this. Focus on his face and look nowhere else except Piers's face. Okay.
When he weighed into that issue at all, suddenly
no one's not.
Do you mind if I finish my sentence, Michaela? You've just been talking for a long time. Do you mind if I? There's not a time. There's not a time. Do you mind if I finish my sentence?
It's hard to address them all.
Do you mind if I finish my sentence? I feel like I've let you.
I'm in a bit, but go ahead.
Everyone's speaking.
Go ahead.
You mind letting me finish my sentence?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Michaela. So what I was just going to say is it seemed
see he's like, yeah, this is fantastic.
Very much to us that he was just trying to shift gears because basically he was trending for almost 2 weeks over the H-1B visa, and he was.
All right, wait. We don't want to get into H-1B visa thing drama situation. We want to get to the next video because you thought that was bad. It gets worse. It gets worse, I tell you. So let me get the next video. Share this. There we go. Okay, so let's go to the 21-minute mark. 21.
seen as outside the community and fair game. Not true. If you read Alexis J's report on Rotherham, then you'll see that she points out that there were a lot of young Asian girls who were also abused by these men, but who didn't come forward because of, quote unquote, the shame in their community, their parents saying they'll never get married. So there are actually a lot going on here that we've just glossed over. And Elon Musk coming in with his disinformation, his racism, his Islamophobia, championing Tommy Robinson. Surely you would condemn the championing of an Islamophobic, violent bigot like Robinson.
I have done.
And lying that he's...
I have. Look at this. Piers Morgan is agreeing with Mehdi Hassan over this bigoted, lying Islamophobe Tommy Robinson. Like, yes, I have. Piers Morgan, when you start agreeing with Mehdi Hassan, there's something going wrong here, okay? There's something going wrong here. Look at how Piers Morgan agrees with Mehdi Hassan over the accusation of, oh no, the Islamophobe. First of all, where are you getting that? Let me see the accusations that he's making.
Coming in with his disinformation, his racism, his Islamophobia.
Okay, is the audio low? No, it's audio. Disinformation. Okay, so
Tommy Robinson. Surely you would condemn the championing of an Islamophobic, violent bigot like Robinson.
I have.
But how is he a violent bigot? How is Tommy Robinson a violent bigot? First of all, yes. If by Islamophobe, which is again a wrong term, by Islamophobe, if you mean he's anti-Islam, which is a better term, then yes, he's anti-Islam, rightfully so. How did you add bigoted, where he has been as aggressively anti-racist as he's anti-Islam consistently? I have a video that you guys could go watch on my channel to go see how anti-racist Tommy is and how pro-Muslim Tommy is while being properly anti-Islam and pro-Muslim at the same time. So the video you want to go watch that I have is called "Why Does the Far Right Hate Tommy Robinson?" Search for that on my channel. You will see that. You will see how anti-bigotry Tommy is. He's anti-Islam, but he's also anti-bigotry, and he's also properly anti-violence. Go look at how obsessed Tommy was with his protests, trying to get everybody to obey the law and not be violent. He constantly begs his followers to not do what they want you to do. Every single protest Tommy has had, the message that he had over and over and over again to his followers and the people that were coming to the protest is, do not be violent, follow the law. How is he? This is the moral that you want for. If you are anti-Tommy, you're opening the door to violence. You want Tommy to be the leader of the people who are bringing attention to these issues. Because if it's not Tommy, it will get violent. You should be, even if you're against Tommy's positions, you should be thanking that Tommy himself, that he's managing this, he's handling this, because he's the one who wants to make sure that everything is happening peacefully. If you get rid of Tommy, the next person that comes and inherits this is not going to be as nice. Things will get violent. Tommy is aggressively anti-violence. And look at how Piers is just accepting this false accusations that Mehdi Hassan is throwing against Tommy. This is so unfair. This is so unfair. It pisses me off. Unbelievable. Yeah. I will respond to this Remy's thing. Okay, look at, we got a super chat. Brenda is saying, I messaged you a while back to watch Tommy Robinson's documentary Silence. We are Tommy Robinson calls out Piers amongst other media for accusing a schoolboy. Check out documentary. He's bitter towards Tommy Robinson. By the way, I spotted his smug face when I first saw this. Okay, where did you message me? Well, thank you for the super chat. Okay, I'll try to find your message. Brenda, where did you message me? Email me if you can. But thank you. My email is just my name, armin.navabi@gmail.com. So email me if you want to talk to me about something. But thank you for the super chat. I will respond to these other comments soon. Okay, but let's continue.
And lying that he's in prison because he uncovered this.
Robinson
had nothing to do with this. In fact,
I
Piers,
literally have been doing that.
Look, let's go back a little bit. Look how proud Piers Morgan is that he's also somebody who has called out Tommy for being a bigoted, violent person.
You would condemn the championing of an Islamophobic, violent bigot like Robinson.
I have done.
And lying that he's in prison because he uncovered this.
Robinson
had nothing to do with this. In fact,
I literally have been doing that.
You know, Piers, that good. And Piers, you know that Tommy Robinson almost jeopardized a trial against a bunch of brown guys in Huddersfield
twice
with his contempt of court antics.
Twice, he nearly wrecked 2 trials.
He's not a champion of the victims of gangs.
He's the champ. He's not perfect. He's not a perfect man. He has made mistakes, and it's so unfair that you guys uses his mistakes to dismiss how much he has sacrificed for something that only now you guys seem to care about. Motherfuckers! He has look at his everything he has done compared to his mistake. Obviously, somebody who has been this active has made some mistakes. Do you expect him to have a perfect fucking record? Look at everything he has achieved, everything he has done. You want to throw all of that under the bus because, well, here he almost made a mistake that almost caused this horrible thing to happen. Fuckers, you guys wouldn't even know about any of these things if he wasn't bringing attention to it. All of you try to dismiss this. All of you try to ignore this. Guys, you understand that you could dismiss anybody like that. Nobody's perfect. Nobody's perfect. And again, somebody in the chat is saying, Rami is saying, Armin, Tommy is a criminal aggressions in what? A criminal aggressions in the UK and deported from America for fake passport. Yes, I know. I know Tommy has made some mistakes. I don't know what you mean by criminal aggressions. He has done some illegal things, and he should be held responsible for that. But why are you dismissing the hero that he is in this other area of his life? If he has faked a passport, okay, that's wrong. If he has done something illegal regarding his mortgage, okay, that is wrong. What has this got to do with all of this heroic activism that he does? Can you not celebrate that? Does he have to be perfect in all these other areas of his life? What does all of that got to do with his activism? So yeah, he made a mistake with his mortgage or his passport. Sure, hold him responsible for that. Should we dismiss all the positive things he has done because of the mistakes he has done with his passport or his mortgage? This is only because these people don't want to acknowledge all the positive work that he has done, that they want to zoom on the mistakes that this man has done in his life. Unbelievable. We're talking about children being gang raped for years, thousands of times, over and over and over again. And people trying to ignore this because these people were of a different race that might have been seen as racist. And the man was constantly trying to bring attention to it. And other people were trying to ignore it. But oh no, he faked a passport. So let's just completely throw the man under the bus. Oh, he did an illegal thing regarding his mortgage. So I guess he's pure evil. Fuck him. Let's make someone else that hasn't done any of this, like make that person the face of all of this. Fucking hypocrites.
No, he's not. What do you say? I'm generally curious what you think of this. You know, I said on X yesterday that Tommy Robinson is, to me, is the embodiment of an Islamophobe. He's Islamophobic. And
that's the proper position. Again, Islamophobe is a nonsensical term because phobia is for irrational things. Like if I'm afraid of spiders, not the Australian spiders, the spiders that are not dangerous, okay? That is phobia, okay? If I have a fear of clowns, that is considered phobia because clowns usually don't go kill people, okay? Usually. Not guaranteed. Okay, but Islam kills. Islam kills. Islam grapes. Islam is harmful. Islam is a disease. ruins entire societies. I mean, read the freaking Quran, for crying out loud. If you're like, oh, he's a, what did he say? Let's look at this term.
To me, he's the embodiment of an Islamophobe. He's Islamophobic.
Well, that's why we love him. That's the correct position to have, you freaking moron.
And there's plenty of examples of where his rhetoric, I think, stacks that up. To which a lot of people, including Gad, said,
how are people still disputing this? I mean, the text is right there. Like, how has humanity still figured this out? I mean, the book excuses child rape and sex slavery and cutting hands and feet for being against God. The book promotes wife beating. It commands wife beating. It's written there in black and white. And if you have any like, oh, well, actually, it doesn't say that. We have 1,200 years worth of tafsir and hadith to back that up, that it actually is saying all of that. Holy Christ, like how are you not? I should say holy Antichrist. This is an atheist channel after all. How are we still not figuring, like, oh my God, the guy has been right for so many years, but he's an Islamophobe. Read the fucking text. It's obvious that is the correct position.
He's coming after you. Say there's no such thing as Islamophobia. That's the argument that they come up with, which is there is no such thing as Islamophobia, that you're allowed.
No, there is such a thing as being anti-Islam. You guys are just stupid for calling it a phobia. You should call it being anti-Islam. Anti-Islamism is the correct, better term. I just made that up, and I love it. It's good. Anti-Islamism is the correct term, and it's the correct position. The incorrect position that you should not have is anti-Muslim bigotry. All right, anti-Muslim bigotry, which basically condemns all Muslims and generalizes all Muslims as evil. That is bad, and Tommy is against that. Tommy hates that. Tommy has went out of his way to save Muslims, certain Muslims, from wrongful accusations, and these Muslims became his best friends after that. Go look at the video I made again. It's called. Go search for the video I made on Atheist Republic. It's called "Why Does the Far Right Hate Tommy Robinson?" I have a series of videos that shows how anti-racism and anti-bigotry Tommy is. So, guys, so Islamophobia is a nonsensical term. The two terms are anti-Islamism, one, anti-Muslim bigotry. Anti-Islamism is the correct position to have if you care about humanity. Anti-Muslim bigotry is the incorrect position to have, because most Muslims don't even follow the Islam. Most Muslims are good people, right? And Tommy understands this. Tommy is properly anti-Islam, and yet he's not anti-all Muslims. He's anti-certain Muslims. He has many Muslim friends, and many Muslims love Tommy, even if they don't agree with his position on Islam.
That they come up with, which is there is no such thing as Islamophobia, that you're allowed to be as critical as you want of Islam without being accused of being an Islamophobe. What do you say to that?
Being critical of Islam is not enough. Islam is harmful to society. You should actively be, you don't have to, but the proper position is to be actively fighting Islam. Oh, let's just be critical of Islam. And let's just be critical of Nazism. You should be defeating Nazism. You should be crushing Nazism. You should be defeating Islam. You should be crushing Islam. Not Muslims, Islam. People are like, oh, how could we fight Islam without fighting Muslims? Wouldn't fighting Islam require you to fight Muslims? No, you moron. Fighting Islam actually requires you to befriend Muslims, because fighting Islam requires you to change Muslim opinions that only works if you actually befriend them. So no, fighting Islam does not require you to fight Muslims. It's actually the opposite.
Can you imagine if I came on your show and said there's no such thing as anti-Semitism, you should be able to be critical of Judaism?
I just lost it. Let's go back a little bit to see what just happened. Mehdi is a moron. Look at this high IQ response. It's not high IQ. Look at how Mehdi Hassan is comparing anti-Semitism to Islamophobia. You have to be an idiot to compare these two with each other. Are you fucking kidding me? Listen to this.
There is no such thing as Islamophobia. That's the argument. A lot of people, including Gad Saad, who's coming after you, say there's no such thing as Islamophobia. That's the argument that they come up with, which is there is no such thing as Islamophobia, that you're allowed to be as critical as you want of Islam without being accused of being an Islamophobe. What do you say to that?
Can you imagine if I came on your show and said there's no such thing as anti-Semitism? You should be able to be.
Does Mehdi? I think he's not stupid. I think he's just dishonest. Because he must have heard why people say there's no such thing as Islamophobia. The reason why people say there's no such thing as Islamophobia, because phobia is irrational. Being afraid of Islam is rational. I say this myself as an ex-Muslim who has left Islam. Islam condemns me, and the proper way to treat me is to behead me according to Islam. Undeniably so. If you say Islam, I as an ex-Muslim would be an idiot not to be afraid of Islam. I am afraid of Islam because Islam considers me murtad, an infidel, that should be put to death. If you think Islam doesn't say that, then you have no idea what you're talking about. This is part of authentic Sahih Hadith in both Sunni and Shia Islam, all Islamic schools of thought, all 4 Sunni Islamic schools of thought, and Shia, Ethna Ashari Islamic school of thought completely agree 100% that this is Islam says Armin Navabi should be put to death because he used to be a Muslim and then he left Islam. That is the teaching of Islam. So when people say there's no such thing as Islamophobia, the point that they have is this phobia does not make any sense because it's not an irrational fear. It's a rational fear. And yet he compares that when people are saying there's no such thing as Islamophobia, he says, what if I told you there's no, come in your show and says there's no such thing as anti-Semitism? Wow. Wow. Do you understand that anti-Semitism is a form of racism? It's not people being against Jewish texts or the Jewish ideology, is being against the Jewish ethnicity. The comparable alternative to the other side for anti-Semitism is somewhat maybe anti-Muslim bigotry, but even closer to anti-Semitism would be anti-Arab racism. If somebody came and said there's no such thing as anti-Arab racism, then you would be correct to compare that to somebody saying there's no such thing as anti-Semitism. Islam is an idea. Anti-Semitism targets an entire group of people. You fucking moron. Why do we still have to explain this? Why? We have been explaining this for more than a decade now. How? No, it's been longer. It's been 20 years. We've been explaining this for 20 years. You cannot be this dumb. You cannot be this stupid. You must be dishonest. I hope you're stupid. Mehdi, I hope you're stupid because it's better to be stupid than being dishonest because that is evil. Fucking morons. I don't know what else to. Guys, is this so hard to understand? we are anti-Islam because we read the text and we're like, yeah, that's fucked up. We look at Muslims, many of them are good people, and we don't like generalizing Muslims and condemning them all as bad people. How can you not get this? How do you not get this? Guys, is this not simple? Like, what do I have to do to make this clear? Islam bad. Islam bad. Most Muslims not bad. Most Muslims ignore Islam. Most Muslims have not even read the Quran, let alone the Hadith. Most Muslims, if I make up a Quranic verse and tell a Muslim and tell them to, well, this is the Quran, how do you defend it? They will go ahead and defend it because they think that it's the Quran, even though they would try to come because they haven't read the Quran. Yes, most Muslims, it's not just Muslims. Most Muslims are better than Islam. In my opinion, most Christians are better than Christianity. Most Jews are better than Judaism, especially Jews are better than Judaism. More Hindus are better than Hinduism. You know, it's true with most religions. It's true with most religions. I mean, find me, like the average Muslim doesn't, okay, guys, the average Muslim does not beat his wife. But the Quran clearly tells you not that you're allowed to beat your wife, but it commands you to beat your wife if you fear disobedience and two other methods that you tried first didn't work. Then it commands you to beat your wife. Yes, exactly. Unbelievable.
Be as critical of Judaism as you want. That's an absurd position to take.
Your position is an absurd position to think that being against Islam is the same thing as being anti-Semitic. You know, being against Islam, the equivalent of that to Judaism is to be anti the Torah, to be anti the Talmud, which is a perfectly justifiable position to have, in my opinion, as an atheist. You know, I consider Islam to be the greatest of all religious diseases, but I'm against Judaism as a religion as well. I'm against Christianity as a religion as well. And I think, like, even if you guys disagree with me on that, you don't find that as problematic. Like, I know some Jews worship me here, and I know some Christians worship me here, and they disagree with my anti-Christian and anti-Judaism positions, but they don't see it as outrageous as anti-Semitism. If I as an atheist come and tell you that I read the Torah and that shit is horrible, most Jewish people don't get as offended as you being anti-Semitic. They can tell the difference. They're like, okay, Armin is an idiot atheist that doesn't understand the Torah, so he's anti the Torah. He's anti the Talmud. Okay? But they don't consider me evil as an anti-Semite who sees Jewish people, the Jewish ethnicity, as evil, as anti-Jewish people. They understand the difference between having a position against the Jewish text and the Jewish people. Yeah, Sarah is saying I'm Jewish and people disagree with the Torah all the time, LOL, including myself. Yeah, I mean, Israel has many secular and atheist Jews, ethnically Jews. I went to Israel. I met some very hardcore anti-Jewish Jews, anti-Judaism Jews, people who are ethnically Jewish, but are very aggressively against the Judaism religion. Israel is full of people like that. And people understand that that's not evil. You know, if you say, like, yeah, I read the Jewish text and that thing is horrible and evil, as I believe, people might consider your position wrong or correct, but not evil. So why is this not the same with Islam? What if I say, I read the Bible and that shit is evil? People don't accuse me of being an anti-Christian bigot. If I say I read the Torah and I read the Talmud and that shit is evil, people most of the time don't accuse me of being an anti-Semite. So why is it that when I read the Quran, I'm like, okay, yeah, that shit is fucked up. That shit is evil. Then I all of a sudden I'm a bigot? What the fuck? What the fuck? Unbelievable.
de facto bigoted position. People say nonsense stuff. You've heard it all, Piers. Oh, it can't be a phobia. That's an irrational fear. That's not what it's like. Well, we have.
So he has heard the argument. Did you guys see that? Mehdi Hassan has heard why people say Islamophobia is not real. Because phobia is irrational fear, and Islam, being anti-Islam, is not irrational. So given that you have heard the argument, why are you comparing it to anti-Semitism? Who would say anti-Semitism doesn't exist because that is an irrational fear? How do you know the argument and still compare them with each other? What the fuck? So the guy is just dishonest.
Can you imagine if I came on your show and said there's no such thing as anti-Semitism, you should be able to be as critical of Judaism as you want? That's an absurd position state. It's a de facto bigoted position. People say nonsense stuff. You've heard it all, Piers. Oh, it can't be a phobia. That's an irrational fear. That's not what it's like. Well, we have homophobia. We don't say we don't really use it. Am I a fan of the...
Yeah, because homophobia is an irrational fear. Holy fuck. He compared Islamophobia to homophobia. Like, well, we have homophobia. Do you see how he interrupted himself? Because he realized how stupid that argument is. Did you hear that? He stopped himself. He said, like, well, we have homophobia. We don't say that's an irrational fear for good reason. Because that is an irrational fear. For you to be homophobic, that is an irrational fear. He says, why don't we make that argument there? Why do we make the argument for Islamophobia not being the correct term, but homophobia being the correct term? Because fearing Islam is rational, fearing gay people is not rational. Unless you're gay and other gay people are making, and you don't want to admit that you're gay to yourself, and other gay people are making you realize that you're gay, maybe in that sense, you are afraid of other gay people because you are afraid of realizing something about yourself. Other than that, fearing gay people is irrational. Okay. Other than that, fearing gay people. Do you see how he stopped himself? I think he realized how stupid that comparison is.
Rational fear. That's not what it's like. Well, we have homophobia. We don't say we don't really use it. Am I a fan of the term Islam?
Do you see how he like? We don't say okay, that was stupid. That comparison. He changed his argument. He changed what he was going to say because he realized that actually the comparison between Islamophobia and homophobia is going to make the point for people who are saying there's no such thing as Islamophobia. Because people are going to be like, wait a second, actually that comparison makes the point for the other side. Fearing gay people doesn't make sense. Fearing Islam makes complete sense. So phobia is not the correct term because phobia are only for irrational things.
Homophobia? No, but anti-Semitism, homophobia.
Guys, don't use gay as like Chuck. Don't use gay as an insult. Muslim and gay is not. If you say like this is not a good way to attack, you're like, oh yeah, I agree. Bring that comment back. This is an insult to gay people. Please do not do that. Actually, no, I shouldn't say that.
Islamophobia. All these are made up words to
try. Guys, but
anti-Semitism.
Don't use gay as an insult, okay? Not on this channel. Being gay, there's nothing wrong with being gay.
Anti-Semitism, homophobia, Islamophobia. All these are made up words to try and describe very real phenomenon, which is anti-Muslim bigotry, hate, discrimination.
Anti-Muslim bigotry. Well, why don't you just say that? Like all these are real terms to describe real things. Well, you're using... Okay, so here's the thing. Mehdi Hassan is saying Islamophobia is referring to something that does exist, which is anti-Muslim bigotry. Do you understand why you should be calling it that and not Islamophobia? There's two reasons why Islamophobia is the wrong way to refer to anti-Muslim bigotry. Anti-Muslim bigotry is real and it's bad. It's bad, okay? And Tommy is against anti-Muslim bigotry, as I have proven in my video that I just mentioned to you, which is again called Why, which you guys should go check, which is called Why Does the Far Right Hate Tommy Robinson? You should go check that, right? You could see that Tommy Robinson is not an anti-Muslim bigot. He's anti-Islam, but not anti-Muslims. But there's a lot of people focus on the phobia part of this argument. for why Islamophobia is wrong. But I will give you a second reason for why Islamophobia is actually bad for Muslims to use if you want to refer to anti-Muslim bigotry. Because Islam is the idea, Muslims are people who are being targeted with anti-Muslim bigotry. So Islamophobia is the wrong term to use for two reasons. First of all, phobia, fearing Islam, is justified. Two, the bigotry is against Muslims. It's not against Islam. In the same way that if you have a problem with the Talmud or the Torah, you're not a bigot. You're not an anti-Semite. You just disagree with the religion. So if you're anti-Islam, you're not a bigot. You're not a racist. You just disagree. You're against the religion. You're against a set of ideas, which is a perfectly fine position to have. But if you confuse anti-Muslim bigotry with another term that has the word Islam in it instead of the word Muslim in it, then it will be misused, because then the attacks on the religion is going to be grouped in with abusing the people. And we have seen that confusion. So when I do this, if you refer to anti-Muslim bigotry, which harms people, actual people, if you refer to it that, imagine if somebody violently attacks a Muslim woman in the streets, and you call that Islamophobia, and then you also call this is the Quran, Islamophobia. Do you understand that you're grouping two things to get that? You understand what a disservice that is to that Muslim woman who's being abused, that you put these two things in the same category? Do you understand that Muslims who want to protect their religion rather than protecting Muslims abuse this confusion between attacking Muslims and attacking Islam to promote their religion, to defend their religion instead of defending the very people? Do you understand the imams and the dawah boys, they care more about Islam than they care about Muslims themselves, and they're ready to sacrifice Muslims for the sake of defending Islam? And then you calling anti-Muslim bigotry Islamophobia is playing right into their hands, because they confuse these two things as if they're each other. I mean, Piers himself has fallen into this. Piers himself doesn't understand the difference between attacking Muslims and then Tommy just waving the Quran around and seeing them both as Islamophobic. We have to separate these things. We have to separate these things for the sake of Muslims themselves, because you're not going to be effective at fighting anti-Muslim bigotry if you confuse that shit with this. Does that not make sense? Does that not make sense? I'm saying what I'm saying is important even for protecting Muslims themselves. One of these has to be condemned. One of these is not like the other. That's why you shouldn't be referring to anti-Muslim bigotry with any word that has with any phrase or term that has Islam in it. You should be referring to it as something against Muslims, not against Islam. It's okay to be against ideas. It's not okay to abuse people. How is this so hard to understand? That's why the Islamophobia term, regardless of the word phobia being rational or irrational, the fact that it has Islam in it instead of Muslims, that is a horrible term to use.
Whatever you want to call it, right? The idea, look at Elon Musk, for example. We hate discrimination, whatever you want to call it.
He's saying whatever you want to call it. So Mehdi Hassan does not understand the power of words and the way you use them. Referring to attacking people as being against an idea of which is Islam, you don't understand how significant of a difference does it make to not confuse these things with each other.
Right? The idea, look at Elon Musk, for example. He's now posting about Islamophobia being fiction. This guy who once pretended to be a liberal has gone full hard far right. He's backing.
Look, he doesn't even understand what liberal. He's like, oh, this guy who pretends to be a liberal has gone full on far right. Okay, so Mehdi Hassan, you have no fucking idea what liberalism is all about. Liberalism is the idea that you're supposed to be liberal, like liberated. And the most important liberal principle is the freedom of speech, is the freedom to criticize, is the freedom to be against ideas. Liberal is like, oh, this person that used to be liberal is now has this position. Yes, liberalism, the idea that I get to attack your ideas is the foundational principle of liberalism, that I get to be at anti-Christianity, anti-Judaism, and anti-Islam. Don't even understand what liberalism is about.
A party in Germany.
Oh yeah, and also there's far right people that are supporting Israel. This is fantastic.
Fiction. This guy who once pretended to be a liberal has gone full hard far right. He's backing a party in Germany, Piers, which is aligned with neo-Nazis who've said outrageous things about Muslims and immigrants and minorities. The German.
Yeah, the AfD's position on immigrants is correct. The position of AfD that is wrong is their support for Russia and Putin. That's the So yeah, I doesn't even understand what the actual issue with the AfD is. Their position on migration and Islam is completely correct.
The German intelligence community believes it's an extremist party. The German courts believe it's an extremist party. Musk is writing articles in German backing them. So this is where we are right now, where the normalization of bigotry and hate against minorities continues apace. And
hate against minorities. I mean, if you think Tommy hates minorities, then you have no idea. You have no idea what Tommy thinks and what he advocates for. You have no idea if you think that about Tommy. I mean, I think you do know that. You're just being dishonest.
You know, Donald Trump winning is great to fight the woke. It's actually very worrying. We have a global far right. We have Orban. We have Trump. We have in the UK now, I was going to say Farage, but actually it's Tommy Robinson, apparently, that Elon Musk favors, who are being propped up. And they take very, very disturbing views of all this. And Piers, I just want to say this. People think, oh, Islamophobia blown out of proportion, exaggerated by Muslims. Let me just tell you this. In New Zealand, in Christchurch, you remember the 2 mosque attacks in the last Trump presidency?
Oh, guys, pay attention to this part. Pay attention to this part, because this is so telling. Listen to this, and please let me know in the live chat if you can predict what I'm about to say in response to what Mehdi says here. Listen to this.
Look at this. In New Zealand, in Christchurch, you remember the 2 mosque attacks in the last Trump presidency, when a far-right attacker in New Zealand went and killed more than 50 Muslims as they prayed. Do you know what he had written on his ammunition, on his bullets? He had "For Rotherham" written on his bullets, right? That is what happens when you politicize scandals, politicize controversies, turn very real problems into, pawns in your political game, into weapons to attack minorities. What happens is extremists.
Guys, what do you think I'm going to say in response to this? What do you think I'm going to say in response to this? Because I think it's obvious, right? Isn't it obvious? So these positions that people like Tommy Robinson have is wrong because of what that man wrote over there. Do you understand? If we go by that standard, then I have an astronomically higher number of examples where terrorists use the writings on the Quran with their terrorist attacks. Do you understand that based on your standard, then Islam will become the greatest evil idea used for terror in the world, given the number of times people use Islamic text on an Islamic and shouted Islamic chants with their terrorist attacks? So you have one guy doing a terrorist attack and he referred to these things, and now you're going to say like, oh, look, these people are bigots and evil. Then by that metric, by that standard, Islam will become pure evil, given the text. Are you going to say, well, no, they use it wrongly? Well, then why are you using that? Then why are you using that standard for that terrorist attack that you're referring to? I mean, if it works for you, then it should also work for Islam. If it doesn't work for Islam, then why are you using that as an argument? How many times terrorist ISIS attacks, Al-Qaeda attacks, they had the word La ilaha illallah, Muhammad Rasulullah, Quranic verses. So apply your own standard to Quran. Islam is, if that's evil, then Islam is evil. Welcome to Islamophobia, Mehdi Hassan. You're welcome, guys. One of us, Mehdi Hassan, just became an Islamophobe if we apply his standard. Yeah, exactly.
Then jump on that. That's what Keir Starmer was talking about. There is a far-right bandwagon. In Rotherham, an 81-year-old grandfather, Piers, in 2015, was beaten to death by a gang who shouted "groomer" at him. Right? So that's
that's what we call anti-Muslim bigotry, which is evil, which Tommy is against.
I'm not saying we shouldn't talk about this stuff. I'm on your show talking about it. I'm just saying.
I mean, Tommy is properly against you guys. If people care about Muslims, they would be promoting Tommy. Because the anger that exists in the UK, Tommy is giving room for it to express itself without being violent. And that is protecting Muslims. If people genuinely care about Muslims in the UK, they would be promoting Tommy to give that rage, that anger, an outlet to express itself without things getting violent for Muslims.
How we talk about it is so important.
Is there also, okay, fair enough, listen, fair enough. Is there also a problem, as the likes of Tommy Robinson have been screaming about now for a long period of time, albeit in my estimation purely for his own self-gain, but is there also a genuine problem in the way that Muslims in Britain who've come into the country have assimilated into communities? You know, we have as many Muslims in Britain, I think, as America has, even though they're 5 times the size.
These are separate issues, guys. Even if all Muslims, guys, we have to learn how to talk about this separately, right? There's an issue with, assimilation and stuff like that, which will always be a problem. Even if these people were not Muslims, if you have mass migration coming from countries with a lower culture without proper systems in place and in such high numbers, that would significantly change your demographics in a way that society cannot adjust properly. You will always have that problem, whether they're Muslim or non-Muslim. That's one issue. So mass migration should be fought against, especially from countries with lower cultures, or regardless, right? But there's also the problem with Islam that will still be a problem, even if every single Muslim that came to the UK just was the best person and they completely were good people and they completely assimilated with the rest of society and they caused no problems and they contributed to the economy and everything worked out very fine. The problem is that Islam is still evil, because even if every single Muslim in the world was a good person, the text is still advocating for horrible shit that Muslims thankfully would be ignoring, but the text is still freaking evil. Okay, so we have to just try to understand what we're talking about here, right?
Size, are there legitimate concerns that you might have about the way Muslims have assimilated or not? Is it fair to even ask?
I think people cannot tell the difference between talking about Muslims and talking about Islam. I think their mind is just like, I don't know, there's an error or something. It's just maybe too complicated for them to understand that these are two different topics. Again, related topics, but different topics. Every time I say Islam and Muslims are not the same thing, people say like, well, they're related, as if I said they're not related. As if I said they're not related. I just said they're not the same thing. A and B could be two different things that are related with each other, but still not the same thing. Again, I don't know why that is so hard to understand.
That you might have about the way Muslims have assimilated or not? Is it fair to even ask the question?
Of course, it's fair to ask the question, and I've asked the question myself. I've written about multiculturalism and integration and all of these issues for over 20 years, back when I was in the UK for The Guardian, for The New Statesman. Again, it's how you do it, right? It's not my problem with The Telegraph and parts of The Times, and of course the Daily Mail and the Daily Express, is they do it in a jingoistic, belligerent, one-sided manner. I just gave you the example earlier. We talk about rape gangs. Let's talk about rape gangs. We only talk about Pakistani men. Why aren't you talking about the people in Cornwall or the West Midlands or Glasgow?
Because people are not trying to hide that. Because people are not trying to make excuses for that. I mean, those people should be held accountable, but people are not afraid of racism to point that out. That's the reason. I mean, do you not get that? And people are not making the claim that white people are not doing the same thing. They are, but it's not trying to be pushed aside for the fear of racism. That's the difference.
That becomes a problem. I want us to be able to talk about this in a way that is fair and not discriminatory and not tropes about, oh, brown men are coming here.
Yeah, well, if not discriminatory means that you do not try to hide the crimes of people because they're a minority and you are, I mean, the police is supposed to provide security. The police in the UK hid these crimes because they were afraid of right-leaning people being able to use them for their agenda. So the police made politics their priority over the safety of the people. So if you want to talk about this in a non-discriminatory ways, then you should want your police to apply the law equally to all sides without being afraid of racism. So if you want to be non-discriminatory, then you should be supporting Tommy because that's what he's been trying to do.
Is fair and not discriminatory and not tropes about, oh, brown men are coming here to rape our daughters. That kind of stuff, Piers, I think you would agree is not helpful. Are there?
Yeah, well, most brown men are not doing that, okay? But when brown men do that, your police was trying to hide it. That's the discrimination. That's the discrimination against white people.
Issues with integration in places like in some northern towns. Yes, by the way, integration is a two-way street. There's been a lot of white flight from some of those areas. There's been a lot of issues with white working class communities, as you know, with those areas, with deindustrialization, with globalization. There's a lot to get through here. It's not an easy topic. And if we're going to make sweeping generalizations about Pakistani men, well, the mayor of London just elected for a third time.
Nobody, again, this is a straw man. If we're going to make sweeping generalization about Pakistani men, Tommy doesn't do that. Tommy has Pakistani friends. Tommy has many Pakistani friends. Pakistani men come to Tommy's protests. Like what? That's a straw man. You can't attack Tommy's positions, so you just make up Tommy's positions. Tommy has close, not just Pakistani friends, has very close Pakistani friends. There are Pakistani men who go out of their way to defend Tommy. So where is he? He's not generalizing Pakistani men. He's attacking those Pakistani men who were doing these evil things, and it was being hidden. It was being hidden by the police. That's what he's doing. And so there are Pakistani men who wish him success in that direction. But what do you in his efforts? So what are you talking about? What are you talking about?
And if we're going to make sweeping generalizations about Pakistani men, well, the mayor of London just elected for a third time is the child of Pakistani immigrants. Why are we not talking about the success story that is the UK, which has a Muslim man as the first mayor of a major European city? Or in Scotland, where they elected a Muslim man to be the first Muslim British Pakistani descent, Hamza Yusuf, who was last year the first Muslim leader of a Western nation, right? There have been huge success stories that we don't talk about.
It is disgusting. You're responding to a position that Tommy doesn't have. This is disgusting. This is disgusting. You're all just assuming Tommy's a racist. Tommy's not a racist. Generalizing all Pakistan. Show me. Where did he do that? There's one video of Tommy where he did a generalization, and that he came and apologized for it, which was right after a terrorist attack in London. Which, if you want to accuse Tommy of doing a generalization, there's one video of him doing a generalization, which he apologized for, which we will actually show and talk about, which is bizarre. I will actually tell you how that actually proves how correct Tommy is with his positions, because the low number of mistakes that he has made in his speech, because I probably made more mistakes in generalization than Tommy has. I mean, I talk a lot. Of course I make mistakes. But the fact, okay, let me actually get there before we talk about it. So I think that would be in the third video. But let's stay on this video. Let's go to the Gad sad part. And that's in the 36-minute part. 36. Let's do here.
So if you were to make dispositional statements about individual Muslims, that would be Muslim bigotry. But if you say anything you want about the codified content of Islam, then by definition, that cannot be Islamophobic.
Okay, so let me play you a little mashup of examples, I would say.
I mean, it is anti-Islam. I don't know what he means by that. It is, by definition, there is no, you think by definition that cannot be Islamophobic? I wouldn't say that. I would say there's no such thing as Islamophobia to begin with. But now let's look at the examples. Actually, it's this part. This is the part that I was talking about. Look at Tommy. Piers Morgan is going to show a couple of clips as got you for Tommy to prove to the rest of us that Tommy is actually a bigot, a racist, okay, a bigoted, Islamophobic, evil person. That even if he has been right about the grooming gangs, we cannot trust Tommy. Tommy is not the right person to trust, even though we all been ignoring this. And Tommy is the one who's been trying to bring attention to this. Now that we are forced to accept that this is the right position, let's throw Tommy under the bus and act like we are the proper people to be taking this position, even though Tommy has been all the price for it. And now that it's a virtue signaling time because the world is realizing this evil thing that has been happening in the UK, we want the virtue signal points, and we want to steal it from Tommy by throwing him under the bus for this evil, racist, Islamophobic bigot that he is, right? So Piers is now going to expose people like me who have been defending Tommy by showing you a couple of clips from Tommy that proves me wrong, that shows Tommy is actually the racist, bigoted person that they say he is. So let's watch that. Let's watch the videos that he has, okay? Let's
Islamophobic.
Okay, so let me play you a little mashup of examples, I would say, where Tommy Robinson has displayed Islamophobia by the criteria in the dictionary. Let's take a look.
We will unify every community against the hostility and barbarianism of Islam. I'm not racist. I despise racism. Islam is not a race. Islam is a fascist, violent ideology which masquerades as a religion.
Every single Muslim watching this video on YouTube, on 7/7, you got away with killing and maiming British citizens.
We embrace migrants that come to this country and love it. The problem is Islamic migrants come to this country and declare war on it.
Now, when you hear all...
Huh?
The problem is Islamic migrants come to this country and declare war on it.
Now, when you hear all that, and in particular, it felt to me that what he said about 7/7, which was a bunch of extremist terrorists who happened to be Muslim committing terrorism, when you basically, at a crowd with a loud hailer in your mouth, embrace every single Muslim in the country and say you're all to blame for killing and maiming Brits, that is Islamophobic, isn't it? I mean, it has to be.
Okay. This is some serious nonsense that we have to respond to here, okay? So he showed us 3 videos. And remember, Piers has a powerful research team, and they went and found the best. This is what we have against Tommy, to show people that he's racist or bigoted, or this stupid term that they have, Islamophobic, which is being anti-Islam is actually a correct position to have again. But we won't go there because we talked about it enough earlier. Okay, he showed us 3 videos, and then he put the actual one that we could criticize in the middle, but the 2 other ones, so video number 1 and video number 3, are actually pretty justifiable position by Tommy that actually shows, he showed us two out of the 3 videos that he showed us actually demonstrates how anti-racist Tommy is. Okay, so again, remember, this is Piers Morgan's show is one of the most viewed, richest, well-equipped with resources shows in the world. And their research team, they went and found 3 videos of Tommy to show us how racist this man is. And 2 out of the 3 that they showed us was actually on point. And not only was it not racist or bigoted, they were anti-racist, which is something I would show to show how not racist Tommy is. So the second video is a video that are actually correct to criticize Tommy for, right? which is very impressive for a man that has been doing this activism for so many years. That is the only video of Tommy that they have that he has done a mass generalization that they go to. Guys, you know me as somebody that is very much pro defending Muslims, pro not generalizing Muslims, while being very aggressively anti-Islam. I am famous for that. A lot of racist people come to this channel thinking that I'm going to say things that they like, and they hate me and they leave me given how much I am anti-generalizing Muslims. I am very aggressively anti-generalizing Muslims or generalizing any large group of people unless the very definition of the group that they belong in makes them all evil. For example, ISIS or Al-Qaeda, right? I am very anti-generalization. And even I mean, I've been in front of camera for many, many hours, and you would be able to find more examples of me generalizing, like doing an oopsie and generalizing. And many times, for example, you guys called me out for it. I'm like, yeah, oopsie, yeah, that was a generalization. I shouldn't have done that. Or Susie sometimes on live on air, Susie called me out sometimes for generalizing. And I'm like, thank you. That was a generalization. I take that back. That's not the right wording. I know that you are going to say wrong things at some point. And you have only that one video of Tommy that and Piers, you're so fucking dishonest because Tommy apologized for that second video that you showed. Let's go through the three videos one by one. And also, guys, that video was after a terrorist attack upon your people. I promise, as much as I am anti-generalization, if I witness such an event in my backyard, I am going to say things that are not right. I am going to say things that might be generalization that I would have to come and apologize for later. Are you kidding me? You just experienced a massive terrorist attack on London and he apologized for it. Watch this. Watch this. Look at the videos one more time. Let's listen to the three videos, okay? Let's go through what Tommy said in each one of them.
I would say where Tommy Robinson has displayed Islamophobia by the criteria in the dictionary. Let's take a look.
We will unify every community against the hostility and barbarianism of Islam.
Perfectly. Yes. Islam is barbaric. You uniting communities against the barbarity of Islam. Islam. He says Islam. He didn't say Muslims. Fantastic. The correct position to have. Thank you for your service, Tommy. Yes. Good position.
I'm not racist. I despise.
I'm not. Tommy is correctly separating being anti-groups of people from being against an ideology. He's saying he understands this point. He's saying we're standing against the barbarity of Islam, but he's anti-racism.
Community against the hostility and barbarianism of Islam. I'm not racist. I despise racism. Islam is not a race. Islam is a fascist, violent ideology which masquerades as a religion.
So the first video that they showed of Tommy is a video that actually demonstrates how anti-racist Tommy is. So Piers's team went out of their way to find a video of Tommy showing that this man is a bigot, but he perfectly separates ideas from people, says Islam is not a race, I despise racism, I'm against Islam as an ideology. So the first video is a video I should be showing you to defend Tommy, but they're showing it as if this demonstrates how bigoted Tommy is. You guys, do you even understand the video that you're showing? That's a video for our side. That's a video to defend Tommy. Okay, so that was the first video. Let's look at the second video.
Race, Islam is a fascist, violent ideology which masquerades as a religion.
Every single Muslim watching this video on YouTube, on 7/7, you got away with killing and maiming British citizens.
We embrace migrants that come to this country and love it.
Let's go back to that one. Okay, so this is a mass generalization that Tommy has done. Is this correct? No. That's a fair criticism. But it's so dishonest of you to try to this man being so anti-racism and being so anti-generalization and going out of his way to defend Muslims who have been wrongfully accused, dropping everything to go defend Muslims who have been wrongfully accused. You don't see all of that. And then you have one video of the man one time making a mass generalization 20 years ago, and forever you are using this one clip against them. A clip that he admitted was wrong. And you know how much research that you have to do to figure out that he apologized for this? You have to do the most basic of all searches. You don't even need to search this point. You just have to go to Tommy's Wikipedia page. Guys, I'm not kidding you. Like, you could see, if you go to Tommy's, like, I don't know, how dishonest. Like, Piers, do you not do the basic of most all research? Like, you want Tommy to not have said anything wrong ever? If you just go to Tommy's Wikipedia page, I kid you not, you don't have to do more advanced research, more than just looking at the first thing that comes up when you search Tommy Robinson, which would be his Wikipedia page. And if you actually read his Wikipedia page, you can see that here. And I also went and found where this quote comes from. If this is where this quote comes from, okay, so the Guardian article saying ex-EDL leader, and they always have to say that, leader Tommy Robinson says sorry for causing fear to Muslims. Tommy was concerned that, yeah, this is not actually fair to Muslims. He said sorry for that. All right. And here, look at this. If you go, this is referring when Robinson was questioned by the Guardian about having blamed every single Muslim for getting away with the 7/7 bombings and for calling Islam a fascist and violent religion, he apologized. He also said that he would now give evidence. Okay, so yeah, he apologized. And he also went, if you go read the article, he said he's sorry to cause stress and fear to the Muslims by saying that. By the way, the second part doesn't even require an apology. Calling Islam a fascist and violent religion, it is. But he apologized for both of them, which I don't like that he apologized for the second part. I don't even know if he did that. But he did apologize for calling every single, like, blaming every single Muslim. He apologized for that. So do you understand how clean of a record Tommy has, that through all of his years of activism, you only find one single of mass generalization of Muslims? That's the only thing that you have? That is better than me. That is, I have done more mass generalizations that I shouldn't have than Tommy. And I'm known in my community for somebody that keeps on coming and telling that, yeah, guys, please don't blame all Muslims. That's what I'm known for among my community. And I've done, that's the only, the fact that this is the only video that you guys have shows how careful Tommy has been with his language. I'm impressed. I'm fucking impressed that this is the only thing you could find. And how dishonest that you have to be, Piers Morgan, to not come to your audience and say that Tommy apologized for this. Tommy apologized specifically for this. Why wouldn't you say that? Are you just bad at research? Or are you being dishonest that you're just trying to throw Tommy under the bus? And this is the only, guys, think how non-bigoted Tommy is, that this is the only thing they have on him. This is the only thing they have on him, on his bigotry. Think how clean of a record. This is why they have to go and say, like, well, he did mortgage fraud. He had a fake passport. Okay, yeah, sure. Hold him accountable for that. What about the bigotry accusations? Is he a bigot? Is he a bigot? He's not a bigot. Oh, fucking bugger. Let's look at this third video.
On YouTube. On 7/7, you got away with killing and maiming British citizens.
We embraced my...
Yeah, so that was wrong, and he knows that was wrong. Tommy knows that was wrong. Okay? But look at this part.
That come to this country
and maiming British citizens.
We embrace migrants that come to this country and love it. The problem.
So he's not anti-immigration. Okay, so I don't understand. Oh my God, these are the videos I should be showing. So they're to prove Tommy is a bigot, they're showing a video of Tommy that says that we're not that demonstrate that he's not anti-immigration if done properly. Wow. This video's proof Tommy is actually not racist.
The problem is Islamic migrants come to this country and declare war on it.
No,
All right, so to be fair, he's right. Many Islamic migrants are coming to the UK and they're declaring war. I just don't. The third, he's correct, but he should have added many there, many, instead of just saying Islamic migrants come, because that could be seen as, if you want to be picky, as a generalization. And I know Tommy doesn't believe that, because he has befriended many Islamic migrants who do not want to do that, right? But if you want to be nitpicking, technically he was right, but it would be more correct if he just added the word many when he said Islamic migrants. Anyways, I don't want to be that picky, but overall, he showed that he's not racist. He showed that he separates Islam from the people. He considers Islam to be an ideology which you could be against. He's not anti the people. And he also demonstrated in the videos that you showed me that he's not anti-migration if done properly. So yeah, this is actually more proof that Tommy is not a bigot. Let's see what Gad would say in response to all of this.
when you hear all that, and in particular, it felt to me that what he said about 7/7, which was a bunch of extremist terrorists who happened to be Muslim committing terrorism, when you basically, at a crowd with a loud hailer in your mouth, embrace every single Muslim in the country and say you're all to blame for killing and maiming Brits, that is Islamophobic, isn't it? I mean, it has to be. Otherwise,
So
what is?
let me address this in using two examples. The number one predictor of child abuse is if there is a step parent in the house. It is 100 times greater predictor than all other predictors. And yet, most step parents are perfectly lovely and kind and don't commit abuse. So understanding statistical reasoning and causal inferencing is important. So let me give a second example. Since 9/11 alone, there have been 46,000 plus terror attacks committed in roughly 70 countries by Islamic terrorists. That is an absolute fact, notwithstanding the fact that out of 2 billion Muslims, most did not commit terrorist acts. So we can point to 7/7 and say that that was driven by Islamic ideology, while also speaking from the other side of our mouths that most Muslims that we'll ever meet are peaceful. Both of those two statements are true.
But what the
A more simple way of saying all of that is, I mean, Gad said is on point here. He's right. But a more simple way of explaining that is most Muslims are not terrorists, but most terrorists are Muslim. There you go. That's done. Most Muslims are not terrorists. That's true. But most terrorists are Muslim. There you go. All of that summarized in one sentence. And I also wish Gad said, everything he said is correct, but I wish he did more in defending Tommy. Like, I feel like even the people who are coming on Piers Morgan's show and making correct points, they're not defending Tommy in all this anti-Tommy Robinson position that Piers Morgan is taking. They're not coming out and calling him out for his hypocrisy, for this idiocy.
peaceful Muslims would say.
Both of those two statements are true.
But what the peaceful Muslims would say is that actually it's the twisting of the Islam ideology by extremists that is the problem. It's not a genuine interpretation of Islam, because the vast majority of Muslims are peaceful. So they say
majority of Muslims are peaceful because Islam is peaceful. What the hell are you talking about? Majority of Muslims are peaceful because they don't follow Islam. I mean, how do you, what do these people think, like human beings are like robots, that if they say that they follow a religion, that the religion is kind of like a code that you just insert and they just have no choice but to follow every word? Like, oh, they're Muslims and they're peaceful, so Islam must be peaceful. I mean, or maybe they're just not following it. Have you considered that? Have you considered that, Piers Morgan, that maybe they're just not following it?
That's not true.
Well, is it not true?
No, it isn't.
If that wasn't true,
so
then if that wasn't true, then wouldn't de facto most Muslims commit acts of terrorism?
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Why does he think that's the only option? If Islam is evil, then most Muslims would be doing acts of terrorism. No, most religious people ignore their text. I mean, he's a Christian, isn't he? Does he follow Christianity? I bet you he doesn't. I bet you he doesn't.
Most Jews eat prosciutto and also eat shrimps, but they're not practicing a more gentle form of kosher law. They simply ignore the fact that kosher laws dictate that you don't eat shrimps and that you don't eat prosciutto, right? I eat prosciutto. I'm Jewish. I'm not practicing a more peaceful version of Judaism. I just ignore that which I don't wish to apply. Most Muslims don't commit those acts because they are kind and decent people who choose to ignore whichever they don't wish to follow in their texts. But does Islam contain endless quotes, endless edicts that are profoundly problematic to the kuffar? The answer is a resounding yes.
Does the Bible do that?
Yeah, of course the Bible does that,
right?
But
so the same thing. So you're saying,
yeah, but less Christians are following the direct commandments of the Bible than Muslims. On average, again, not most, but a higher percentage of Muslims follow Islam. Again, it's still a minority, but it's a minority that is a higher percentage of Muslims follow their scripture compared to other religions. Other religious people have found excuses or other ways to ignore their text, but Muslims, again, it's still a minority, but because it's a higher percentage, it's a bigger problem that Muslims follow their text more closely. And also, Islam is more evil. The text is more evil.
You would have the same view of Christianity, for example, would you?
Well, if Christians were going around right now quoting passages from the New Testament and committing 46,000 plus terror attacks in nearly 70 countries since 9/11 alone, then I would say we need to worry about those texts. If they were Talmudic extremists doing that, then we would worry about that. Look, Deuteronomy has a lot of nasty things. Find the
Thank you. A Jew is guys. Every time I say like the Talmud and the Torah have evil teachings in there, there's some Jews in the live chat that are like, "Yeah, you just don't understand it. You just don't understand it." Gadsad, which apparently is a Jew, which I didn't know is a Jew. Thank you for saying that. Thank you for agreeing with that. That yeah, Deuteronomy has some evil, crazy shit in there, right, guys? The Torah tells you. The Torah tells you that if two men are fighting, if the wife of one of these men comes to defend her husband by grabbing the balls of the other man, you should be cutting her hand and show her no pity. This is bizarre text, okay? It's a weird, bizarre text. There's so much evil shit in there as well, right? So, and again, thank you. A Jew is saying that, and that's not anti-Semitic. Okay, you're just don't. The text is crazy, all right?
If they were Talmudic,
yeah, people, you guys didn't know that? Go read this text. This is verbatim the description of the Old Testament or the Torah. It says that if two men are fighting, there's no other interpretation. This is actually, there's no disagreement on what it's saying. If two men are fighting, if the wife of one of the men in an attempt to defend his husband goes and grabs the balls of the other man, then in that situation, you should be cutting the hands of the woman who did that. I just don't know how many times this happened that they had to come up with a law for it, but apparently often enough. And it also tells you to show no pity to the woman after cutting her hand for doing that. It's a very ball-friendly religion. Like if you actually read the Jewish text, it's very, very obsessed. As much as it's anti-foreskin, the balls are very important in protecting. So it's very obsessed in cutting the foreskin, but the jewels are very important to protect. There are many scripture that is about the importance of protecting balls in Judaism. Yeah.
extremists doing that, then we would worry about that. Look, Deuteronomy has a lot of nasty things. Find the Elamites and kill them. But I don't know many guys called Mordechai Rubenstein looking for Amalekites to kill them. So, you know, common sense matters, right? Most Muslims are lovely. I know more Muslims than most people will ever meet in their lives. None of them have ever been terrorists. This doesn't take away from the fact that there is an astounding problem with Islamic terrorism. Both those statements are true.
It is, but I would say that, to give you two parallels, very different things. One, as somebody put to me on X today, you know, during the years when the IRA were committing appalling acts of terrorism, it would be like saying, well, then all, you know, according to Tommy Robinson, his logic would say all Irish people are to blame for the maiming and killing, right? Which clearly would have been an outrageous thing to say. Secondly, and I raised this with someone the other day on the show who was incensed that I would even draw this parallel, but I said, why not? If you look at the number of mass shootings in America in the last 30 years, they're almost exclusively perpetrated by deranged young white men. So does that mean that we should, by the same logic, say, well, there's all these terrible mass shootings going on. They're all being committed by the same type of profile of person. Therefore, all young white men in America have to be treated with deep suspicion, which is what Tommy Robinson would, that's where his logic takes you. That's why.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. That's a straw man. Tommy Robinson has gone out of his way to save Muslim Pakistani men who have been wrongly accused. He has done that. I don't know, Piers, if you do know that or don't know that. Again, guys, go watch my video that I did on this. It's called Why Does the Far Right Hate Tommy Robinson? I show you all these examples of Tommy Robinson being anti-racist and not generalizing Muslims, and even going out of his way to protect certain Pakistani Muslims from wrongful accusation. He has not done that. You're pretending like he does that because you cannot actually attack his genuine position. And also your example is a false analogy because white people doing evil things, there's nothing within whiteness that teaches you. There's no white code telling you to go do such a thing, right? But when Islamic terrorists are doing certain things that is taught by their religion, then you can condemn Islam for being responsible for those acts of terror happening. But how are you going to blame whiteness? Are you going to blame lack of melanin for certain evil activity? That would be racist. So I don't understand. But how is this even comparable? I don't even understand what his point is here. Like, does he not understand how false of an analogy this is?
Why I have a problem with the Tommy Robinsons of this world. It's not his message and banging the drum about the rape gang scandal. He's been absolutely right about that. It's just he's such a flawed messenger for all sorts of.
He's a much better messenger than you ever would be. Fucking hypocrite. God damn it.
Of other reasons, and the reason that's problematic is because he gets used by people who are trying to avoid accountability because they say, well, look at this guy, the one who's shouting loudest about us. Look at him. He's a convicted football thug. He beats up policemen and gets convicted for it. He's
anti-violence. Any convictions that he has had over mortgage or passport has nothing to do with his activism. He's not a perfect person. We don't need him to be a perfect person. In fact, I would say maybe it took somebody that is not perfect to be able to take all the risks to do such a thing. Maybe his lack of perfection is actually the reason why he had the guts to do. Maybe we needed somebody that is not perfect, that had some issues, to be able to have the guts to do such a thing.
Mortgage fraudster, he's a passport.
But you guys are, instead of being grateful for your fellow citizen, risking so much to help your country, you just want all the points for yourself and to throw the actual person who did all of this under the bus instead of thanking him as a hero that he is.
Thug. He beats up policemen and gets convicted for it. He's a mortgage fraudster. He's a passport faker.
Oh no, mortgage fraudster. Oh, we can't have that. Guy, how is that relevant to his activism? He did a fraud in his mortgage. Okay, fine. Hold him responsible. He faked the password. Okay, fine. Hold him responsible for that. Why? What has that got to do with his activism? God damn it. You want a saint? Are you looking for a perfect man?
He's committed contempt of court 3 times. He's nearly wrecked trials involving the rape gang scandals. He's made a Syrian refugee boy's life utter hell with his lies. That's why he's now in prison, and so on. In other words, by demonizing the messenger,
just ignoring all of the thing. No, he's coming up with Piers Morgan is coming up with a conspiracy theory that the other side is trying to use Tommy as a way to demonize this whole grooming gang situation issue, bringing attention to it, which is weird because for so many years you guys ignored that case, you guys ignored that issue, and Tommy was on it. So if the other side is using Tommy to try to demonize that position, then where were you guys all these years when Tommy was talking about this? You understand what a hypocritical position that is? He's acting as if all these years they were talking about it and Tommy was also talking about it, but Tommy got the attention because the other side was trying to demonize this entire position. But you weren't talking about it. Tommy was talking about it. And your conspiracy theory for why Tommy is being used is only because now that the world finally is realizing like this evil thing that is happening in the UK, you guys are like, the Americans are realizing like, oh my God, this has been happening in your country. And you as a British person want to jump in front of Tommy and be like, yes, and it's evil. And look at me, not Tommy. Tommy is Tommy who has paid all of this price for bringing attention to him. He's not the right person to pay attention to. I am the right person to pay attention to. I, who have been sitting here comfortably with no risk, me. Tommy is an evil, bigoted, racist person. Look at me. You're just you just want all the virtue signal points and not any of the costs that Tommy has paid. You're throwing him under the bus to steal this from him.
Those who should be held to account are able to hide behind Tommy Robinson being the flag bearer for all this. I think that is a problem.
Bullshit conspiracy theory. I'm going to read some super chats before I go to the next video. And let me actually put up the next video to have it ready. So this is the next video. But before I read the super chats, let me actually respond to this guy who was saying there's no such thing. Because I said that the Talmud or the Old Testament, they have this verse that, okay, here. Dr. Amsterdam saying, there's no such thing, man, and there's nothing about balls, man. Oh, man. Hey. Okay. Let me show you this. People who don't believe me. Okay, this is actually Deuteronomy, which is basically, if you're a Christian, you call this part of the Old Testament. Oh, what is that? But if you are a Jew, you will call this part of the Torah, right? So, Dr. Amsterdam, I'm going to call you out, and this is it. This is the verse. If 2 men are fighting, and the wife of one of them comes to the rescue of her husband from his assailant, and she reaches out and seizes him by his private parts, you shall cut off her hand, show her no pity. This is word by word exactly as I described it. Okay, saying thank you, brother. Okay, so see, it's in there. Word by word, exactly as I described it, right? Okay. You see, I'm right. I was right. Anyways, let's go back here. Oh, somebody's saying, where is that written exactly? I showed you the Deuteronomy, guys. Deuteronomy chapter 25, verses 11 to 12. It's right. The location is right on the screen. And again, there's not even a different interpretation on this. The only thing people come up with to excuse this is like, well, this was for back then. It doesn't apply today. All right. So even the defense of this is not like you're not reading it out of context. Even if you read it in context, it still says the same thing. The only excuse people have for it is that we shouldn't apply it then. It was just the rules for back then, which is still weird that you had in this rule at any time, even if it doesn't apply today. Okay. No, there's more examples of the God of the Old Testament is very concerned about protecting balls. It even tells you that if you have any flaws in your balls, then you're not going to be accepted by God. Like, it actually tells you that. Like, it tells you that your balls have to be not crushed. They have to be in pristine condition for God to approve you. All right. So again, those are some other verses. It's a very anti-foreskin but ball-friendly religion. Okay. Anyways, let's go to this one. God, this is so fun. I love my job. Okay, so this one we have to go to the 26-minute part. 26. Let's watch this.
Absolutely not be freed right now.
26. Okay, let's go earlier. 26, 26, 26. Here, let's listen to this.
For what it's worth, I think Elon is a genius, albeit like all geniuses, he's flawed.
Oh, wait. I forgot to read the super chats. Holy crap. Let me read the super chats and then we will go to this. So, super chats. Asian American saying, Armin, you saying we should be anti-fascist? Yeah, very, very, very bold take by me, position by me. Thank you, Asian. Appreciate your super chat. Let's go to Gigi Ryder saying, serious Muslims want disbelievers and kufr to fear Allah. I think you mean kuffar. To fear Allah and fear Muslims. Islamophobia term borrows ideas that men opposed to any aspect of gay are latent, homo, and afraid of their feelings. Okay, I think you're trying to say that the phobia term is not. Yeah, you're basically saying that the phobia is irrational, basically. And this does not apply because some serious Muslims want non-Muslims to fear Muslims. Okay, I get that. Thank you, Gigi Ryder, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate that. And Gigi Ryder also saying, Piers Morgan covered up Islamic grooming grape gangs, didn't he, by refusing to discuss and throwing Tommy under the bus for years? That's pro-grape. I mean, he did try to ignore it, but now he's acting like he wasn't ignoring it by having a few examples of him talking about it somewhere, but he was ignoring it. Carl is saying, it's interesting that British media throws Pakistanis under the bus to protect Islam, so they choose to be actually racist over being Islamophobic. Yes, they are actually trying to make this a Pakistani issue rather than an Islam issue, because to not saying anything. Yes, I've noticed that actually, Carl. I noticed now that they're admitting that this is a issue that is disproportionately happening to with a certain community. They're like, okay, this is a Pakistani thing, not an Islam thing. So anything to save Islam, even if it's throwing Pakistanis under the bus. That's actually a very interesting observation. I'm seeing that happening. Interesting. It's the culture of Pakistan, not Islam. Wow. Brenda is saying that poor Jewish lady had set a precedent. I hope she used her middle finger on the opposite hand. Which one are you referring to? Oh yeah, that lady. Yes. Oh yeah. In the Torah. Yes. I don't know. I think was that one person did that and they came up with a law, or was this happening so many times? We're like, whoever wrote that was like, oh, we need to protect. We're losing too many balls here. Somebody needs to do something to protect these balls, man. Like we are like you're crushing. Too many ball crushing is happening. We need to do something about this. Weird law. It's a weird law. Like, did it happen more than once that they came up with it? I don't know. This person's name I cannot pronounce. He or she is saying, Piers did not counter Mehdi when he said whites are most responsible for these grapes. Yeah, I mean, I mean, when they say most, are they talking about total numbers or percentages? Proportional. I mean, more, of course it's going to be more. There are more white people there, you idiots. Okay. So it's such an easy way to get out of this. I'm like, oh, more white people are doing this. Yeah, in a mostly white countries, of course there's going to be more white people. What about relative to their population? That's what you should be measuring. Idiots. Yeah, and Piers was not smart enough to dispute that. And thank you for pointing that out. Naked Assad, thank you so much for the support. They're saying, I read 1984 lately, could not think about Israel as the Islamic Goldstein that behind all evil. Oh, as the Islamic Goldstein that's behind all evil. What your thoughts? Cheers. I don't know what you mean. Can you elaborate? Sarah, if Naked Assad elaborates in the super chat, can you start it so I respond to it? Thank you. Anyways, let's watch this part.
For what it's worth, I think Elon is a genius, albeit like all geniuses, he's flawed. And one of his flaws is he's got this tremendously powerful tool now, which is his 200 million followers on his own platform. And whilst I like the fact he's let everyone come back on to X, I think that's definitely balanced things up. And I think he is genuine about his desire to want free speech to return. I am concerned that he doesn't quite understand, or maybe he does but doesn't care, just how powerful his battering ram is when he tweets things like free Tommy Robinson, who is, to most people in my country, an extremely insidious individual who should absolutely not be freed right now.
Why shouldn't he be freed? What the hell?
Why should Tommy not be free?
Well, because he's not the Nelson Mandela freedom fighter that most people in America seem to think he is.
Wait, so only Nelson Mandela freedom fighters? First of all, he is a freedom fighter, you idiot. Just because he has made some mistakes, that does not make him not. I mean, he's not a Nelson Mandela freedom fighter because only Nelson Mandela is a Nelson Mandela freedom fighter, but he is a freedom fighter. And him having mistakes in his past does not stop him from being a freedom fighter. And even if he wasn't a freedom fighter, he could still be unjustifiably imprisoned while not being a freedom fighter. What the hell? Like, do you see the number of fallacies, the flaws in his argument? There's three, like there's the multiple layers of, he just said one thing and there's so many mistakes per second that I can't even count them. First he says he's not a Nelson Mandela freedom fighter. Well, only one person was that. He's a freedom fighter. That first mistake. Two, even if he's not a freedom fighter, that doesn't mean he's not he's not imprisoned unjustifiably. Okay? Three, even if he's not a pure person, that doesn't mean that we cannot call out the hypocrisy and the wrongfulness of him being in jail. There's so many things wrong with what he's saying. I mean, he's not even answering the question. How is your answer got to do anything with the question that was being asked? Why shouldn't he be free? Because he's not that, okay? Even if he's not that, why should not he be free? What the fuck?
He's a convicted football hooligan who beat up a
That's not what he's in jail for.
policeman and got convicted of that.
That's not what he's in jail for.
He was convicted of passport fraud, trying to get into
Yeah, well, he was punished for that. That's not what he's in jail for.
America, convicted of mortgage fraud.
That's not what he's in jail for. So he should be in jail for everything that you mentioned makes him not a perfect person that has made mistakes in his life. He's still a freedom fighter. He's still a hero. He's just not perfect. We don't need him to be perfect. He has made some mistakes in his past and he had paid the price for it. If you're saying he should continue to pay the price for it, if he has committed mortgage fraud and he already been punished for it, is he in jail for that? He should not be freed because of the mistakes that he already paid the price for? How does that work? So if for example, let's say I commit mortgage fraud and I go to prison for it, and now I am charged for something that is insane, and now I'm in prison, and somebody says free Armin. You say he should not be freed because of the mortgage fraud that I committed? I'm not in jail for that. I already paid the price for that. I should be free right now. What I'm in jail for right now makes no sense. Do you see how insane Piers's arguments are?
He's a convicted football hooligan who beat up a policeman and got convicted of that. He was convicted of passport fraud, trying to get into America, convicted of mortgage fraud, convicted of 2 contempts of court where he nearly wrecked trials.
Yeah, and he paid the price for all of that.
Trials involving the rape gang suspects when they were on trial.
It's amazing that his record is much cleaner than I would have anticipated for somebody like him. He comes from a very unprivileged background in a very unfriendly neighborhood, in very unfriendly conditions, and this is the type of, he's not perfect, he's not a saint, he's not pure. He comes from a life that made him the way. In fact, I think that he has improved so much given the background that he has had. He has become better. Why do you see what he has done in the past and you don't see the progress that he has made?
Literally avoiding justice for the girls in those cases. He's now in prison.
Yeah, and which didn't happen. Okay, that was a mistake. Makes his activism not perfect. Do you think all activists? Show me an activist with a perfect record.
And nothing to do with the rape gang scandal, but entirely to do with his defamatory conduct towards the.
Okay, so finally we're getting to the reason why he's in jail, right? So everything that he said right now is irrelevant because the question was, why shouldn't Tommy be free? You just gave us a list of things that he's not in jail for, so they were all irrelevant. They were all irrelevant. You shouldn't. People don't go like if he's been charged for something and he's in prison for that. If somebody asks you why should he not be free, and then you list us things that he's not in jail for, that's just being dishonest. So you just don't like the guy and you want to keep him in jail for irrelevant reasons. This is the only part that matters. The part that you are actually saying last for why he's in jail for. Let's see why he's in jail
rape
for.
Gang scandal, but entirely to do with his defamatory conduct towards a 15-year-old Syrian refugee boy who he first of all defamed, trying to make him the villain of a video where he'd been bullied. This ended up with the Syrian refugee boy suing him, winning £100,000 in damages and nearly £1 million in costs. And the judge telling Robinson, do not repeat these lies. And then he repeats all the lies in a movie that he produces as a so-called journalist. And he goes to prison for contempt of court, which he knows he's committing. So on every level, you can agree.
So for speech, he's in jail for speech. Let's say wrong speech. Let's say incorrect speech. Let's say conspiratorial speech. I mean, I've seen Tommy having a conspiracy theory mindset, which I criticize him for that. And I see his flaws, and I still celebrate him as a hero, even though there are many things about him that I disagree with and I criticize him. I don't need him to be perfect to celebrate him as a hero. Let's say Tommy, what he has said is incorrect, defamatory, conspiratorial, and wrong for him to say. That should be a civil case. That should not be a criminal case. You should not go. If he's in jail for that, then the problem is with your country's laws. The fact that UK has laws that could put you to jail for things that you have said is absolutely fucking insane. How are you the country that we all inherited free speech from? There are 2 countries in the world that the rest of the world has inherited free speech from. One is the UK and the other one is France. And you are actually putting people in jail for things that they have said. If you are being defamatory or saying things that cost somebody, this should only be a civil case where somebody could sue you for damages. You should not be going to jail for that, because that would make it a criminal case. It wouldn't make it a civil case. It would make it a criminal case. Some people are saying he was right about the Syrian violin boy. I have heard contradictory claims about that. I do not know. Okay? if he's correct about the Syrian boy or he's wrong about Syrian boy. I have seen Tommy being right about things that other people claim that he was wrong. And I have also seen Tommy being conspiratorial. Like for example, Tommy thinks 9/11 was an inside job. But it doesn't matter. Like for my point, it doesn't matter. Let's say Tommy is wrong about that Syrian boy. You should nobody should go to jail for expressing an opinion, even if that opinion is wrong. If I cause you damages for saying something wrong about you, then you have to prove the damages, and you should be able to sue me for that in a civil case, not in a criminal case. Nobody should ever be jailed by the government in any country for expressing an opinion. That's an insane law to have. That's why he should be free. Does that make sense what I'm saying? Even if Tommy is wrong about that Syrian boy, you should not go for jail for opinions. Nobody should go to jail for having opinions, even wrong opinions. Do you agree with me on that? Even if Tommy is wrong? So that's why Tommy should be. So everything Piers Morgan said about the mortgage fraud, about fake passports, about his past, about the things that he done in the past is irrelevant. Because he's in jail for speech, for expressing an opinion. For UK, being a first world country, for being a liberal country, that is insanity. That is insanity that you do that in the UK. You should be ashamed that you support that, Piers Morgan. You should be fighting against those laws that allow that. Anyways, let me say this one goes on.
With his message about the rape gang scandal, where he's been right, like a lot of people, but you can also think he's about the most despicable messenger imaginable.
Despicable. Tommy is the most despicable messenger. Yeah. He's not perfect. He has mistakes. The most despicable, that's an exaggeration. Saying Tommy has made mistakes in his past, that's fair. But calling him despicable, that makes you despicable.
So we don't believe Mrs. Lincoln, how is the play?
This is the challenge.
Right.
We don't believe you because for decades.
You don't believe me. What have I said was wrong?
What was wrong?
No, so I don't know. I don't agree with his defense. He's like, oh, we don't believe you. What if you end up being wrong? I mean, I haven't checked the Syria. Like you haven't checked. So maybe he's right. Maybe he's wrong. But the fact is, like, even if Piers is right about the Syrian case, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He shouldn't be in jail for it. Let's go to the next video, which this entire stream was to get to this video. Sarah, are you okay? I don't want to take too much of your time. Sarah is highlighting comments. Sarah, are you okay with doing it? This one is very important to do, and it's something that most people get wrong, and I want to highlight. If Sarah is busy because Sarah is highlighting comments, if Sarah doesn't want to go for 3 hours, I could do this on another day. Let me just see. Sarah, can you let me know in the private chat if you are in the private chat? Okay, let me see. All good. Okay, fantastic. Thank you, Sarah. Sarah is here highlighting the comments. Appreciate her for volunteering. So let me go to the time. This is the Jack Sims part. Let me play.
My problem with
not this part. This part. Okay, so I'm gonna play a little bit of it, and I'm just gonna, while it's playing, I'm gonna go for a washroom break. But pay attention to who this man is and what is he saying. Okay, so let's go to this part.
Agree. Jordan, thank you very much indeed.
So listen to this. I'm gonna go for a washroom break and quickly be right back. Listen to this while I'm away.
We're joined now to debate that interview with Jordan Peterson, political commentator Ava Santina, uncensored contributor Esther Krakow, and the public philosopher and writer Jack Symes. I'm the co-host of Steve Bannon's War Room. Natalie Winters over in the States. So welcome to all of you. Thank you for being so patient. But I thought it was important for you to listen to that interview, Esther, with Jordan, because he contacted me. He wanted to talk about this. And he's done a number of interviews with Tommy Robinson, for example. It's an interesting argument he makes. And I don't necessarily poo-poo it at all, actually, having heard his rationale, which is you don't have to like the messenger. In fact, he can be pretty disagreeable about a number of things, which Robinson indisputably is. But you can also appreciate that for a long period of time, we showed a clip there from 2011 on Newsnight, where Robinson was very passionate about this issue of the rape gang scandal, that this has been some.
It's amazing that he says that, because Jordan Peterson was right about that part. But at the same time, in the video after this, Piers Morgan goes and still attacks Tommy Robinson as the person, not the right person to have for this, okay? Which is pretty amazing that even after it was explained to him by Jordan Peterson, again, Jordan Peterson is another person that I agree with a lot. But on this, on his defense for Tommy, he was completely right? Which I appreciate.
Somebody who's been trying to persuade people to take it more seriously for a long time.
Absolutely. And I think the reason why he connects with this so much is because he's from those communities. I wrote a sort of a small piece about, imagine if this was in Lahore in Pakistan, and you had men from South Shields and Leeds, you know, raping Pakistani women with impunity. I mean, that's the kind of sentiment it would draw. That being said, I think it's
amazing how they all talk about it now as if, yeah, this is the correct position, whereas this was such a taboo thing to say. Well, Tommy was saying this. Now that Elon Musk has came and tweeted about this and highlighted Tommy's activism, everybody is now sitting on these big media outlets talking about, like, yeah, this is like, imagine if it was the other way around. Do you understand how taboo was to talk about this like this just a few years ago when Tommy was saying all of this? I mean, they should read the writing on the wall. So now it's going to be the same thing with Islam. It's going to be the same thing with Islam. You're all sitting around like, oh yeah, this is actually something like, imagine if it was the other way around, and it would, you know, and it would, people would be justifiably bringing attention to it. Where were you guys when Tommy was talking about this? When Piers Morgan said, like, yeah, it is. It's been normalized by the richest man in the world with the major audience has came and tweeted about it, and the world is shocked to discover this, and now you're all talking about it as if it's completely normal. You were calling they were calling people bigots and racists for saying the same things that they're saying right now. So maybe you should think about this. Maybe now that you're going anti these Pakistani men but defending Islam, maybe one day people are going to open the Quran and be like, holy fuck, this is Islam. And you guys are going to have a show calling Islam, okay, this is actually evil and disgusting, and pretending like this is completely normal for you guys to have this position, while other people before you were being called Islamophobes for saying the same things for years. That's going to be eventually what's going to happen with these same people. I'm calling it right now. I'm calling it. See that they're doing this with the grooming gang situation right now, calling it what it is now that has been normalized. They will do the same thing with Islam at some point.
It's very clear that a lot of sort of his anti-Islam sentiment.
Oh, and they're going to throw Tommy under the bus as well at that point. Okay, 5 years from now, we're going to have shows like this. People are like, okay, well now, if you read the Quran, this book is actually quite evil. But Tommy is not the right messenger. Tommy has committed mortgage fraud.
Did color this. So there was a GLC SC academic report that was released in 2020, which actually found that it was the Pakistani cultural heritage of these men that were more.
See, they're like, this is an attempt to save Islam. Is it like you hear this? We were talking about this. They're like, it's the cultural heritage. They're throwing Pakistanis under the bus to save Islam. I never thought I would see this. They like sacrificing Pakistani culture as a way. What is Pakistani culture? Pakistani culture is Islam. They're so, I mean, guys, Pakistan, that whole area, their historic culture was Indian. And given that Pakistan basically separated itself from India, the only culture, the main culture relevant to that area is just Islam. But they're just anything. They're trying to do anything to save Islam. So, like, did you guys ever thought that people would be sacrificing Pakistanis for the sake of protecting Islamic ideology? Did you guys we will ever reach here? I never thought we would reach here. Look at this.
Did color this. So there was a GLC SC academic report that was released in 2020, which actually found that it was the Pakistani cultural heritage of these men that were more tied to these rapes than their Muslim heritage, because they did a sort of a focus group comparing them to Bangladeshi men.
I mean, if you're Pakistani, you should be offended by. Like, what the hell?
Than their Muslim heritage, because they did a sort of a focus group comparing them to Bangladeshi men,
right,
who are almost exclusively Muslim as well.
Yeah.
And they
no, the difference is that Pakistanis are on average more closer to their Islamic viewpoints than Bangladeshis. Look at her evidence. Oh my God.
Found that Bangladeshi men were either underrepresented or not represented at all in these mass rapes. So it was actually a cultural problem. And you can see it when you look at the...
How is it a cultural problem? They're just closer to Islam.
Rape of sort of, the situation with rape in Pakistan, for example. So 72%, up to 72% of women in custody in Pakistan are either sexually or physically abused by police officers. The penalty for rape in Pakistan is life imprisonment or hanging, because it's such a serious problem. So these sort of, it's almost like the perfect...
I wonder why. It's a mix of Islamism, poverty, and inbreeding.
So I'm having these...
Which is also an Islamic problem, that last one.
Predominantly male tight-knit communities coming from a place like Pakistan that has that cultural issue already, being in the UK, basically acting with impunity with regards to this, and having such close family ties as well. I mean, you know, I know this is uncomfortable. Pakistan is one of the most inbred countries in the world, and so you have these people.
Yeah, that's, but that which is comes from Islam. Which is an Islamic problem. This is in Pakistan is one of the most inbred communities, societies in the world. I wonder why. I wonder if Islam has anything to do with that.
You know, I know this is uncomfortable. Pakistan is one of the most inbred countries in the world. And so you have these people that have close family ties. They're often cousins or second cousins.
You know, calling Pakistan one of the most inbred communities, societies in the world used to be a very big taboo. Now they're saying it. You know, while for years they would call people who were saying this racist. Now they're saying it. But now they're saying it to defend Islam, which they're just trying to blame everything except Islam. At some point, it's going to become normal to blame Islam.
So all of that in these communities that are acting basically with each other. That's why in places like Russia, 1 in 7 of these predators were Pakistani men, and they basically all knew each other.
It's so amazing. They're just going full on anti-Pakistani to save Islam.
Of these predators were Pakistani men, and they basically all knew each other. It was that condensed.
Yeah, well,
and so I'm glad for Tommy Robinson, you know, raising this issue. However, we have to look at the facts and what a lot of this is suggesting. This wasn't Indian men, for example, of Indian heritage, Hindu.
No, it was a very specific. Yeah, look,
it was very specific.
Very specific to British, Pakistani Muslim men.
Like, it was not Bangladeshi or Muslims as well. It was Pakistani. So this is a Pakistani problem. Yeah, Pakistani people are more loyal to Islam. They follow. I mean, we don't see this from Malaysians either. Who do you follows Islam is more cares more about Islam, follows Islam more, Pakistanis or Malaysian? We don't see this from Tunisians. We don't see it from Malaysians. Also, it must not be an Islamic problem. No, because Pakistanis are more obsessed with Islam than anyone else. Goddamn.
And in the north of England, I mean, Ava, it's you know, I've sort of wrestled with this because without Elon Musk amplifying Tommy Robinson in the last week, would we be having this big renewed debate about the whole scandal, which many feel, including me?
I wonder. Like, now that this taboo thing that we did not dare talk about, now that the richest, loudest man in the world normalized it, now we're only now talking about it. I wonder if we would have the balls to talk about these things if Elon Musk had not done this. I wonder. It's a mystery, guys. It's a mystery. I really cannot answer this with confidence. Like, it could have gone either way. Like, yeah, they might have talked, sure.
Me, having studied it all afresh again, does seem very unfinished business. In other words, there is no accountability. No one ever went to prison for the cover-up. There are still many of the people who perpetrated this who've never been brought to justice.
The council
many who were
workers.
supposed to have been deported have not been deported, etc., etc. There are many, many more victims likely out there. I mean, would we be having this debate right now if Elon hadn't poked his big nose in with his very powerful...
No, the answer is no. You guys are cowards. You wouldn't talk about these things that are taboo until it's normalized. That's the answer.
Fire of his own platform and been invoking Tommy Robinson, who happens to be in prison for something else, but has been banging his drum.
Well, I mean, it wasn't Elon Musk or Tommy Robinson who reignited the debate in the last couple of weeks. That was actually done by a journalist, although that's underreported on X at the moment.
Are you fucking kidding me? If these people did not do this, it wouldn't have exploded. You are just contradicting yourself. It's underreported. Yeah, because it takes people with a massive audience to be able to bring it to everyone's attention. You see how they're trying to steal this from the people responsible for actually bringing this to everyone's attention. Unbelievable. She actually contradicted herself. She was like, oh, it was this reporter that did this, but it has been underreported. Okay, if it's underreported, that means it didn't get the traction. So it wasn't that reporter. It was actually Elon Musk.
And I think, though...
Yeah, but that's the point, though. It was underreported generally.
Sure, but...
So my point is that it took the big, clunky club of Elon Musk, the most followed person on his own platform in the world, to go boom, 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 and cause outrage and mayhem and offend loads of people and be very abusive about Keir Starmer and Jess Phillips and Gordon Brown and others. But did it take that to shake us out of our complacency about the scale of what has gone on here?
But I don't think it's us, and I don't think that the public are complacent. I think that successive governments have been complacent. And actually, I think that this has shown up the Labour Party's cowardice.
Let me go to the main part that I wanted to talk about, which is this part. Okay,
talk about us. Trust me, it's not a compliment.
Well, I mean, don't the Qataris mock us?
They mock us for pretty much all of it. Natalie, let me bring in Natalie, who's been waiting very patiently over in...
So yeah, I want to hear what Natalie has to say. And this professor that Piers Morgan has invited, okay? This Jack Sims is a public philosopher who responds to this woman, and he's so arrogant and smug about it. And when I saw this, I have to make a show about this part because it was so annoying. So watch this part.
In Washington. Natalie, a lot of Americans seem to have a very sort of simplistic view of this, which is British multiculturalism is to blame. That's why this has happened. I would argue, having lived here all my life on and off, that multiculturalism has been very successful largely in the UK. We're known as a very tolerant and multicultural country with actually not many problems like this. This is a scandal involving a group of people from a very particular demographic of Muslims, specifically British Pakistani Muslims. And in the same way that separately we had a scandal of extremists attaching themselves to ISIS and committing acts of terror for a few years, and that got resolved, this has been dealt with not adequately, but will now, I'm sure, be dealt with adequately. Why should we blame multiculturalism in totality for this?
Sure. Well, I don't really think that tolerance should be the paramount virtue if the disparate cultures that you're importing into said country are cultures that, frankly, I think are conducive to gang raping of young girls. If you read the Quran, I mean, young women, pedophilia isn't something that's totally out of the blue. It's codified in that text. And I think why it resonates so strongly in America, and I know your analysis of it was maybe a little bit reductive, but it's because that's the lived experience of a lot lot of Americans when it comes to the issue of immigration. And I think the hypocrisy where you see elites pushing multiculturalism, pushing open borders, mass migration, when they've never really made the case as to why the average American benefits from it or needs to have it. They just say diversity is our strength, and that's where they end the sentence. And I think to that point, right, when you read the limited inquiries that they've had into the whole grooming gang escapades, what do they always say? Oh, well, the police didn't go into it because they didn't want to start race riots or race wars. I'm sorry. These are the same elites who have absolutely no qualms or no issue with bringing up, racialized incidents if it's a white person being the aggressor against a minority, just like what happened in the case of George Floyd. So it's very selective, and I think it confirms what a lot of people think here, certainly in the United States, with the agenda of certainly mass illegal, and I think we've also learned this week, legal immigration, that there is some level of replacement, I think, of American culture going on here, and they do it by importing cultures that have nothing in common with the West. And our leaders will say that assimilation is racist, it's neo-colonial, it's not appropriate to say that cultures that have different values and standards than us need to adopt the shared cultures of the country that they're immigrating to. So that is not
isn't it also
a
true?
approach to
Isn't it
immigration
also
that works.
okay? But isn't it undeniably true that I think the vast majority of domestic terrorism in the United States this century has been perpetrated by white people?
Well, that's only because they've reworked the definition of domestic terrorism to include events like January 6th and people who are affiliated with MAGA. So I would certainly say that their classification of what constitutes domestic terrorism is sort of cherry-picked, especially when they put up.
It's actually very insane that Piers Morgan said that. Listen to this.
So that is
But
not
isn't it also
a
true?
approach to
Isn't it
immigration
also
that works.
okay? But isn't it undeniably true that I think the vast majority of domestic terrorism in the United States this century has been perpetrated by white people?
You would have to focus on a white majority country to get numbers like that. It's very dishonest. It's like me going to you think that rape is happening most often by grooming gangs are happening more often by, I don't know, Muslim men in some place. Well, go look at Japan. Over in Japan, it's happening more by Japanese people. I mean, of course, if you focus on a white majority country, you're going to get numbers like that. How dishonest do you have to be to look at the numbers in one specific country instead of looking at the numbers globally? The vast majority of terrorist attacks globally is done by Muslim terrorists by a huge margin from the second demographic. Huge margin. And then you're like, oh, but if I focus on this one specific country called the US, which is very US centric, if I may add, then here it's not majority Muslims who are doing it. Oh, you don't say. In a white majority country, a specific crime is happening mostly by white people. I wonder why. Has it anything to do with the country being majority white? What the fuck? This is not how you look at numbers. You look at the numbers globally. Unbelievable.
Well, that's only because they've reworked the definition of domestic terrorism to include events like January 6th and people who are affiliated with MAGA. So I would certainly say that their classification of what constitutes domestic terrorism is sort of cherry-picked, especially when they prosecuted and persecuted every single Jan 6er on an individual basis. But I mean, the Biden regime...
Yeah, I mean, even in the US, even if majority terrorist attacks does happen by white people, relative to the population, proportionally to their population percentage, like on a per capita basis, it's not going to be white people. It's going to be only, you have to be dishonest enough to look at total numbers instead of relative to the population percentage to get these numbers.
Just 3 weeks ago, puts out a whole white paper, a new strategy to counter Islamophobia and anti-Muslim hate. I don't really think that that's the most pressing issue going on in the United States of America right now. And
that comment that was highlighted was said by a girl and highlighted by a woman as well. Okay, so I take no responsibility. That was Sarah's comment being highlighted by Sarah. Okay, so yes.
I think there's two. I think that that's the most pressing issue going on in the United States of America right now. And I think there's two compounding issues, which is what Dr. Jordan Peterson was getting into. One is the issue of mass migration at an unprecedented number in terms of the people who are coming in. Traditionally, America would sort of have on and off periods. Now you're seeing numbers of migrants that are just completely overwhelming what it used to be. And there's no off periods. And you have a sort of societal superstructure and culture where you look down on assimilation. And if you tell people who come from different cultures, and oftentimes it's racialized or there's a religious component to it, if they're not white or if they're Muslim or whatever they may be, that if you demand assimilation, you're smeared and mocked as a racist. And it doesn't work, because these cultures, as evidenced in what's going on all around United Kingdom, and there's similar stuff going on here. We have no-go zones in the United States too. It doesn't work. And Piers, frankly, I don't think you're correct to say that multiculturalism has been successful. I think if you told the girls who were victims of violent, atrocious rapes,
multiculturalism would be successful if you just brought people with proper culture.
I don't think that they would agree that multiculturalism has been wonderful. I don't think.
Well, I would throw back at you. Look, I would throw back at you this argument, which is that I got into a lot of hot water in America many years ago over calling for gun control after the Sandy Hook mass shooting, for example. The vast majority of mass shootings in America are by disturbed young white men. Should we use that as a reason to take dramatic action against all young white men? I mean, that's the analogy.
I mean, if there was a white dark religion, like, are they doing it because they're white? Is there a white text that they're reading that is making them to do such a thing? Is there anything inherently wrong with being white? Then no, your analogy makes no sense. It makes no sense. Is their whiteness making them do such a thing? So no, Piers, that's a false analogy. If I see terrorist attacks being disproportionately being done by Muslims globally, and I could show you that there's a relationship between the Islamic text and their actions, then it's justified for me. First of all, I don't generalize all Muslims, but I also see the Islamic text as partly responsible for what's happening. But if a lot of white young boys are doing school shootings, then is their whiteness causing it? Would I go condemn whiteness? If you could show me that there's something evil with not having certain amount of melanin in your skin, and that causes evilness, causes people to do evil things, then I was like, okay, then sure, show me that. Like, how is this even a relevant example?
To take dramatic action against all young white men. I mean, that's the...
Yeah, and also how about disproportionate? Yeah, again, I think Piers Morgan doesn't understand basic math. He keeps talking about total numbers rather than relative to the percentage of the population. Like, oh, most school shootings is done by white men in a white majority country. Oh my God.
Take dramatic action.
You know what, guys? Most people driving right now in the United States are white. Wow. Do you know how I know that? Because it's a white majority country. Almost everything would be done by white people because there's just more of them.
Should we use that as a reason?
Guys, do you know that most crimes in Japan is done by Japanese people? Oh my God, there must be something about being Japanese that makes you a criminal.
To take dramatic action against all young white men. I mean, that's the analogy I would use. Or do you accept that?
That's a freaking stupid analogy, Piers. You're not very smart. Piers Morgan, you're a good showman, but you're not very intelligent.
Actually,
I don't think.
Well, my point is, do you accept that they're outliers to the norm? That they are extremists, these kids committing the
well,
mass
when
shootings.
1 in 73 Pakistani men in that one town are engaged, I don't really even think that they're an anomaly or on the extremities. That is the mainstream culture, and it's certainly the mainstream culture when you're saying at an institutional level for police officers to be covering it up.
To be clear, they were all almost exclusively members of the British Pakistan.
Guys, you know, you could use this for anti-Semitism. Do you guys know that in Israel, most crimes are done by Jews? I knew it. There's something wrong. Yeah, this could be like.
To be clear, they were all almost exclusively.
Hey, YouTube, I didn't mean that. I was just trying to make a point.
Members of the British Pakistani Muslim community. So that is a small number of the general Muslim population. Very small, actually. And so it's not pertinent to say it was a Muslim cultural problem, this scandal. It was a cultural problem amongst British Pakistani men.
Oh yeah, like they were it's so amazing that for so many years they were trying to defend British Pakistani men, and now they're like going full on anti-British Pakistani men for the sake of saving Islam. It's so bizarre to see these people just being so anti being British Pakistani, just blame everything except Islam
exclusively.
I don't necessarily know if that framing is correct.
I didn't say everyone. Somebody's saying actually not everyone in Israel is Jewish. No shit. 20% of Israel is majority Jewish. God, of course. I got this right.
I don't necessarily know if that framing is correct.
It is correct.
There's a racial element to it.
It is
well,
correct.
I think if you want to have the uncomfortable conversation about Islam, it is sort of conducive to pedophilia. I mean, I don't necessarily think that you can reduce it to the idea that, oh, well, just because they happen to be, Pakistan.
So here's this motherfucker gets in, okay? So she's actually being less racist. These other people are like, oh, this is just Pakistani men doing this. And she's like, well, this is Islam. That's what she's saying. And now this professor, this philosopher gets in. His name is, again, I forgot his name. He has a Jack Sims, something like that, right? So again, he's a public philosopher, writer, and lecturer at Durham University, renowned for producing, I don't know how to pronounce, Psycast philosophy podcast. So he has a podcast that I don't know how to pronounce. And he focuses a lot on religion. So he's supposed to be very educated about religion. And look at the way he's coming in. Look at the way he's like, look at his hand position. He's one of those people who thinks that he's a know-it-all because he has a degree. And he's like going to be acting like this snobby, smug little person. Watch this. Watch how, when it got. I mean, she's right. This woman is right. This woman is like, this is not racial. This is Islam. So she's being an anti-racist woman here. She's like, this is not a racial thing. This is an Islamic thing, and Islam is responsible for having views like this. So look at how this man. Look at the top. The way that he looks down upon people who don't have his degree. He thinks, look at the way he talks, and look at how the top-down view that he has, the way that he tries to humiliate this woman who is saying something is correct, who thinks that he's correct. You have to refer to his knowledge because he's educated and he has a degree. And I will show you, using the Quran itself, why he's absolutely wrong. And he should go back to the university that he got his philosophy degree from and ask for a refund. So watch this part. It's so infuriating to watch this part. So watch it.
Conducive to pedophilia. I mean, conversation about Islam, it is sort of conducive to pedophilia. I mean, I don't necessarily think that you can reduce it to the idea that, oh, well, just because they happen to be Pakistani British men.
Ask her again about the white school shooters.
Where I read
answer
the
that
Quran.
question.
It's nice to have a conspiracy theorist on the line. It's always good fun. I hate to
look at this. Give me a pen. What planet are you living on? It's always fun to have a conspiracy theorist. I'm gonna have fun with my education and my superior knowledge. I'm going to have fun, destroy this uneducated, stupid girl in front of this audience. I'm gonna have fun humiliating you. Look at the smug attitude this motherfucker has. And I'm going to show you how wrong he is. He thinks he's an expert in Islam and religion. And look, watch this.
Paul,
and
ask her again.
They happen to be, Pakistani British men.
Ask her again about the white school shooters.
Where I read
answer
the Quran.
that question.
It's nice to have a conspiracy theorist on the line. It's always good fun. I hate to pull rank at you and sound like a twat. But
not a
both of my
conspiracy
PhDs
theory,
are in
it's
philosophy
called
of
the
religion,
Quran.
and I
Ooh, look, he says, I hate to pull rank on you. Jack, you're full of shit. You don't hate this at all. You just said it's so fun to have a conspiracy. You're loving every second of this. He's bragging about having a philosophy degree in religion. And look how wrong he's going to be. And I'm going to demonstrate to you. Guys, I've studied Islam. I'm an ex-Muslim. And I know that she is correct about this and he's wrong. And I'm going to display this for you. And I need you guys to be patient with me because it takes a little bit of an effort for me to make this case for you that how right she is about Islam and the Quran and how full of shit this man is. So listen to him.
pull rank at you and sound like
Look, you're lying. You say, I hate to pull rank on you. And he talks about his degree. Fucking piece of shit. You are lying. You're enjoying every second of this. Watch
conspiracy theorist on the line. It's always good fun. I hate to pull rank at you and sound like a twat. But
not a
both of my
conspiracy
PhDs
theory,
are in
it's
philosophy
called
of
the
religion, and
Quran.
I think I'm
Look, he's like, I have a philosophy. I have a degree in philosophy of
rank at
religion.
you and sound like a twat. But
not a
both of my
conspiracy
PhDs
theory,
are in
it's
philosophy
called
of
the
religion.
Quran.
Both of my PhDs are in philosophy and religion. Okay. This man that has 2 PhDs in philosophy of religion, let's see what he says about the Quran and how his PhDs are worthless.
And I think I'm slightly more qualified to speak about the Quran.
Look how smug this motherfucker is. Look how full of himself. I think I'm slightly more qualified than you than talk. We'll see. We'll see how qualified you are to talk about Islam.
Than you are, and to suggest even for a moment that that document allows for, what it does is condemn non-consensual marriage. And
does it really? Does the Quran condemn non-consensual marriage, guys? First of all, she was talking about pedophilia, which I prefer to talk about. I refer to it as child abuse because I don't want to talk about the mental condition. I want to talk about the action, but I'm not going to be too picky here today. Just going to use her words. All right. So he's actually changing her claim, but I'm going to respond to both. Right. So
and non-consensual sexual contact. Like,
well, I'd look up the rates of child brides then, and I'd see
the
what
real
countries
risk you
they're
have in
most
the US
prevalent in.
isn't multiculturalism. It's a multi-billionaire running the biggest social media planet, one of the biggest in the world, which has turned into an echo chamber of your ridiculous ideology. And the fact that you're telling us all and telling the British public, who we're proudly multicultural, and as someone that was brought up in multicultural working class Birmingham, I can tell you for sure that there's not you won't find a Muslim there who's read the Quran and went, oh, you know what, it didn't rule out sexual violence, so I might just crack on with that. A
professor that has 2 doctorates in philosophy of religion cannot tell the difference between Islam and Muslims. Guys, how stupid do you have to be? Tommy Robinson doesn't have 2 PhDs last time I checked, and he understands that saying Islam teaches these things does not mean that I'm saying Muslims do such a thing, all of them. And he has 2 PhDs in philosophy and religion, and he cannot tell the difference between somebody saying that this is in the Quran and another claim that Muslims, that the other claim being that the vast majority of Muslims do such a thing. That basic idea that we have been repeating for 20 years, and we are shocked to see how complicated people find this, and people like Piers Morgan and this idiot doesn't seem to understand, and Tommy understands. I'm at loss for words for people not understanding how basic this thing is. And this guy has 2 PhDs, and he doesn't get it. He doesn't get it. Like, what is the hope that we have? I mean, I apologize to Piers Morgan because I was calling Piers Morgan an idiot for not understanding that. But this guy with 2 PhDs doesn't understand that either. He's like, oh, you think Muslims read the Quran and come with the conclusion that they're going to go rape people? No, they're not, because most Muslims are human beings, and Islam, the mind virus that is Islam, is not going to be able to infect everybody the way it tries to, because they have their humanity saving them from Islam. Most people do not do not want to do the things that Islam teaches you to do so, because their humanity stands in the way. How is that relevant to the claim that she's making? Islam does teach that, and I will show you how wrong he is. Okay.
I don't know what planet you're living on or what you're smoking, but I'd suggest...
Look how smug he is. Like, oh, I'm just educated. I have 2 PhDs. Just trust me, bro. You're just, I don't know what you're smoking. I don't know what planet you're from. Like, even if you're right, can you not be so smug about it? Okay, you have a PhD. If you're right, just tell people why. Don't look down upon people. Be an educator. Like, do they not teach you? Like, you're a teacher, you're a lecturer. Is this how you teach people? By looking down upon them, by pulling ranks on them, by telling them, oh, just accept your words because you have a philosophy degree? This is how you teach? You should be fired from your job. Look how arrogant you are. Like, seriously, your PhDs are worthless if this is how you talk. And I will show you that your PhDs are worthless because you're wrong about Islam. I will show you guys.
Suggest that you do a course in religious studies before you start chatting.
If you do a course in religious studies, do not take what this man has been taking, because they're worthless.
Well, thank you for the ad hominem attacks. I'm sure that means you have a really strong argument, but I think...
Look at that smile. Look how proud of himself he is. Look how much he thinks he's on the right side of things.
Well, thank you for the ad hominem attacks. I'm sure that means you have a really strong argument, but I think the young working class girls who probably grew up in the same areas that you did would beg to differ. I don't understand what you're saying. I've read the Quran. I've seen what's in there. Even if you don't think that my interpretation of the Quran is correct, I would...
Your interpretation is completely correct, lady. And I will show you that how correct you are about Islam.
Point you to, I don't know, what countries have the most issues when it comes to child brides and raping of young girls and children. It's obviously a systemic cultural problem with Islam. It's not a problem that is contained or unique to the West. And I don't know, last time I checked, this whole grooming gang phenomenon is what contained primarily to Muslim men. And it really only started when you started seeing mass migration waves.
I just think this is so dangerous. This is so dangerous what you're saying. I mean, okay, so in the United
What she's saying is true.
Kingdom, 1 in 3 school children.
I think it's dangerous to be importing men from cultures who are willing to rape young women.
Look at this. She's interrupting her. And now she's saying, can I finish what I was going to say? The hypocrite. You interrupted her, you idiot.
School children.
I think it's dangerous to be importing men from cultures who are willing to rape young.
Can I finish? Didn't you just interrupt her?
Women. Okay. So 1 in 3 school children are sexually harassed on the way to school when they're in their school uniform. That is not done by, to use your language, by just Muslim men in the United Kingdom. That is done by all men.
Is disproportionately like these people, are these people educated? How do they not understand basic math?
That is an institutional misogyny problem. And I think we're doing...
That doesn't mean we should...
Oh yeah, like now they're going to throw men under the bus. I mean, I could, instead of like Islam, just like going against these people are turning anti-men and racist at the same time, all for the sake of saving Islam. I mean, if you want to go, if this is a misogyny thing, then would you guys say all men grape then? So if you want to say this is a misogyny thing, so you're going to talk about so you understand how disproportionately the disproportionate numbers work when you're talking about men, even though you don't blame all men, but you don't understand that when we're talking about Muslims.
Of sexual harassment, sexual assault, and rape a disservice by continuously.
I mean, what you say about men when it comes to grapes, that would be the same. If you want to blame misogyny because men do these things disproportionately higher compared to women, then by that very same, even though most men don't do such a thing, the vast majority of men don't do such a thing, and you're still going to blame misogyny on this. So by that same argument, somebody could blame Islam, even though most Muslims don't do such a thing, given that most Muslims do it disproportionately. You see how it works with misogyny? If it works with misogyny, then it should be working with Islam as well.
Just talking about Muslims as a monolith, as if they're the only perpetrators of sexual assault, it's an incredibly dangerous thing to say.
It's the correct thing to say.
I think all sexual assault.
The dangerous thing is you guys denying the correct things that this woman is saying.
Dangerous thing to say.
The issue,
I think all sexual assault and rape is bad. That doesn't mean that we should continue to
that's a good baseline to start with.
Look how smug these people are. She's saying, look how full of shit these people are. They're laughing at her. They're making fun of her. They're dismissing. Look at both of them uniting with each other and trying to humiliate them, even though they're so full of shit. Watch this.
The issue,
I think all sexual assault and rape is bad. That doesn't mean that we should continue to
that's a good baseline to start with.
To engage in it.
But it's interesting that
we cannot deal with these women just spitting facts and humiliating us, so we just have to make fun of her and dismiss her like that. Fuck off.
You're only concerned with Muslims again. You know, the real issue here.
You guys were trying to make this a racial thing by blaming Pakistani men. She's bringing you back to Islam, which makes her less bigoted than you guys.
Fundamentally, in the UK and the US, is less than 1% of acts of sexual violence being prosecuted. That's the big issue here. It's one of sexual violence.
Yeah, and most of the ignoring of the crimes happens with this population because of the fear of racism. So that doesn't negate what she's saying.
I actually take issue with that.
I'm concerned when it's the mass importation and it creates a systemic culture where there are protected classes of people that police won't investigate because they're going to be racist.
I think the thing. Here's the thing. I think the point here is that on it's the issue of multiculturalism, particularly in the UK.
Okay, let me go back to the claims that this fucker was making here, right? And this part, okay. And show you how correct she is, because a lot of people say that Islam promotes child abuse. Again, I don't want to call it pedophilia because pedophilia is a mental condition that some people don't act upon. I condemn the action, which is child abuse, right? So, but again, that's what she meant. Okay, Islam promotes child abuse. The Quran itself promote child abuse, because a lot of people think to find, promotion of intercourse with minors in Islam, you have to go to Muhammad and his sexual relationship with Aisha when she was 9 years old, which is in the hadith, which authentic Sahih hadith, which is both Sahih Bukhari and Sahih Muslim, which are the most authentic part of all four Sunni Islamic school of thought, second only to the Quran. So, but the major source for that is hadith, not the Quran, a lot of people think. But that is not true. The Quran itself, which is above even the hadith, most of Islamic rulings and teachings, Islamic law comes from the hadith, not from the Quran. And the most authentic, accepted part of Islamic hadith is Sahih Bukhari and Sahih Muslim. But you don't even have to go to hadith to be able to find Islam teaching you that child rape is allowed in Islam. You could go directly to the Quran itself. And I want you to understand that what I'm saying is a very major claim that needs to be backed up. Yes, so when you guys saying she was 9 years old, you're not referring to the Quran. You're referring to hadith. To Hadith Bukhari and Sahih Muslim and Sahih Bukhari, which tells you that Muhammad had sex with Aisha when she was 9 years old. But I don't even want to refer to that because that's hadith. I'm going to go to an even higher authority, higher authoritative text in Islam, which is the Quran itself. So ignore Muhammad's sexual relationship with Aisha when she was 9, because there are a very few number of Muslims who are Quranists. Again, very few that ignore the hadith. You cannot ignore the hadith because if you ignore the hadith, 90% of Islam goes out the window. 4 out of 5 pillars of Islam goes out the window. So you wouldn't have an Islam without the hadith. But even if you are a Quranist, which ignores the hadith and wants to focus only on the Quran itself teaches you that it's okay to rape minors. That is a pretty bold claim, which I will support, and you need to be patient with me to understand this, because I need you guys, I need the audience of this channel to know this, to teach this to other people. We're going to get a little bit nerdy with the Quran, and I want you to be with me because these are 3 different verses that we're going to put together. And even if you don't know this PhD, double PhD religious philosopher, he should have known what I'm about to tell you. Okay? We have 3 verses. I'm going to put them together. It's like a puzzle that we put together, and then you will understand what I'm talking about. Okay? So let's go with the first verse. You guys are here? Do you guys want to see this? Let me know if you want to see this, because this is an important. I'm going to prove this fucking philosopher wrong and basically shit on his 2 PhDs by showing you these 3 verses. Okay? Yeah, people saying, oh yeah, okay, good. So this is the first verse, and I have a writing prepared for you guys so I could make this organized, because I wanted to make sure that you understand what's happening in this. Okay? This is the verse introducing the concept of idda. Okay, so what does it say? It says divorced women remain in waiting, meaning do not remarry, for 3 periods. And it is not lawful for them to conceal what Allah has created in their wombs if they believe in Allah and the last day. We don't need to read the rest of this verse. We just need to understand this first part. This first part, I am introducing this to you guys so that you understand what the concept of idda means. This verse established the concept of idda, which is a waiting period. After divorce for women, the waiting period ensures that a woman's womb is clear of any potential pregnancy before she can remarry. So the key point is that the idda applies universally to women who have had sexual relations within the marriage. So what does this mean? That means that if I'm a Muslim woman and I divorce my husband and I want to remarry right now, I cannot just remarry. I have to wait 3 periods. Meaning I have to have my menstruation once, second, and 3. I have to wait the duration of 3 periods to remarry again. Why is this important? Just so to make sure that I'm not pregnant with the previous husband, and if I married a new husband, we're trying to avoid the confusion of whose baby this is. If I get divorced and I do not wait this period, this idda, this 3 periods, and then I remarry a new husband right away, if I have a baby as a Muslim woman, then we don't know if this baby belongs to the previous husband or to this new husband. So this waiting period is in the middle to make sure that I was not pregnant from the previous husband, or if I am pregnant from the previous husband, we know that he's the father. And if I get pregnant after this 3 period, we know that the father is from the new husband. It's just very important for Islamically to know who the father is. So everybody is on the same page. We know what idda is. Idda is the waiting period. Everybody understands? That's the first verse introduced this concept to us. Okay. Now let's go to the second verse. So the first verse that I read to you, that was Surah Baqarah, the second verse of the Quran, verse 228. Now let's go to the second verse. Okay. This is verse Surah Al-Ahzab and Ahzab, sorry. I should look at the Arabic rating, because when I read the English version, I do not understand it. I should read the Arabic. I'm better at reading the Arabic. Surah Al-Ahzab, which is the 33rd Surah of the Quran, verse 49. So what does this one say? All you who have believed, when you marry believing women and then divorce them before you have touched them, meaning before you have consummated the marriage, then there is not for you any waiting period to count concerning them. So provide for them and give them a gracious release. What is this one saying? It's saying that if you divorce your husband but it was a husband that you had not sex with, then you don't need to wait 3 months. See? All you who have believed, when you marry believing women and then divorce them before you have touched them, meaning that you did not have sex with them, then there is not for you any waiting period. So the iddah that we establish at the beginning is not required if you're divorcing a woman that during your marriage you have never touched. So the iddah will be required only for women that had sex. Obviously, you understand why this is happening, right? Because if you had not sex with your first husband, then there's no issue with pregnancy. If you get pregnant, it's going to be of the second husband, not the first husband. So you don't need to have a waiting period. So this is the second verse, right? It's saying this verse establishes that iddah is not required if there was no consummation, no basically sex of the marriage, no sexual interaction. Key point, this verse implies that iddah is tied to the possibility of pregnancy, and if there was no consummation, am I pronouncing that right? Iddah is irrelevant. Now we get to the third and the key verse. This verse shows to you the point that I'm trying to make, that the Quran allows sex with minors. Let's go to the third one. Need you to pay attention here. This is the third verse. This verse says, and those who no longer expect menstruation among your women, if you doubt, then their 3 period is 3 months. And for those who have not menstruated, and for those who are pregnant, their term is until they give birth, right? So this is a verse, if you go back to the verse before it and read what this verse is about, is talking about divorcing this verse is what to do with 3 types of women. So if you're divorcing a woman and then you want to remarry, based on what we learned from the previous 2 verses, is that you just have to wait a period of 3 periods before she gets remarried. But there's 3 types of women who do not have periods. What this verse is like, well, what do we do with the women who do not have periods? They're saying, well, okay, so let's cut them into 3 pieces. The first part is saying, and those who no longer expect menstruation among your women. So you're divorcing a woman, And like, okay, I'm supposed to wait 3 periods, but this woman doesn't even have periods. She doesn't have menstruation. Why? The first category of women who have no menstruation is because they're too old. They no longer have menstruation. So what should I do with the women who are too old to have menstruation? I'm like, okay, then just wait a period of 3 months. Because if you're divorcing a woman who's too old, just to be safe. Okay? And then there's a second category, which I would read. But the third category is the women who are pregnant. Women who are pregnant do not have periods. So what should we do with women who are pregnant? Just wait until they give birth, then they could remarry. So for women who are too old to have menstruation, wait 3 months, and then they can remarry. For women who are pregnant, that's the third category. Just wait until they get birth, and then they can remarry. But this is the second category of women. If you divorce a woman here, and those who have not menstruated, do you understand what is happening here? Guys, do you understand what is happening here? The Quran is saying if you divorce wives of yours who haven't yet had their period, tell me you understand what's happening here. The Quran is assuming that you have wives, you could have wives that you are divorcing and they haven't yet reached the age to have periods. Right? So if you can divorce women that have not yet have their periods, then you can marry women that have not had their periods yet. These are girls. These are not women. These are children. If you're divorcing a child, basically, if you're divorcing a child, that means you have married a child. So the Quran is assuming that we are allowed to marry children, because it's also telling you what to do when you're divorcing children. But somebody could come and say, but Armin, yes, true, you might have married the children, but that doesn't mean you have sex with them. In Islam, maybe what Quran is teaching is that you marry children as people that you will eventually have sex with when they get to age. However, the previous verse that I showed you told you that the concept of iddah is not required at all if you did not have sex with the woman that you're divorcing. So given the previous verse, this woman, this child that you're divorcing, not only you had married, you were also had sex with, given that you're holding the iddah period for her. Because if you did not have sex with this child, given the previous verse, the iddah would not even be required. Think about it. The whole point of iddah, the whole point of the waiting period, is to make sure that if she becomes pregnant, you know who the father is. If you did not have sex with this child, you wouldn't need this 3 month waiting period, as the previous verse that I showed you made clear. Again, this is Surah 65, verse 4. Somebody saying, Armin, is there an even lower age limit? There is no age limit. This verse is clearly making, because a lot of people that wanted to defend Muhammad because of defending Muhammad having sex with a 9-year-old, they defend him, many Muslims defend him by saying, well, back then women reached age of puberty earlier. But this Quranic verse is making it clear that you could have sex with these children before puberty. Before puberty. So that excuse goes out the window. This is actually worse than Muhammad's story, because there is no age limit in being introduced here. So I'm saying even a baby. I mean, Khomeini, for example, argued that given that the Quran introduces no age limit, even a baby, yes. Because Khomeini said that the only, for example, based on this interpretations, the only limitation is harming the child. So if it's a baby, then you shouldn't have intercourse with it, but you could do other things with it. Again, I'm not going to go through details of what those other things are because I might get fucking nuked on YouTube. But Khomeini argued that yes, even a baby, but with other ways. Yeah, please don't. I'm not gonna. Somebody's saying, please don't. I'm not gonna. So let me read the text that I prepared for this third verse. This verse explicitly mentions iddah for girls who have not menstruated, which refers to I always have a problem pronouncing this. Prepubescent girls, basically underage girls. I always have a hard time pronouncing that word. Prepubescent, yes, girls. It specifies that their waiting period is 3 months in the case of a divorce. Key point: by including prepubescent girls in the waiting period framework, this verse implies that the permissibility of marrying and consummating the marriage with girls who have not yet reached puberty. Let me actually try to tell you what the defense for this is, right? So let's look at the interpretations, right? When the let me actually look at the common interpretations and also the pushback against it, right? Iddah was established in verse 228 of chapter 2 of the Quran, the first one that I showed you. That one established for women who might be pregnant, emphasizing that it's required, the waiting period is required after they consummated the marriage. The second verse that I showed you, chapter 33, verse 49, clarifies that no waiting period is required if the marriage was not consummated. Third verse that I showed you, chapter 65, verse 4, applies the iddah to girls who have not yet menstruated, implying that prepubescent girls can be divorced after consummation and thus make the iddah necessary. Necessitate. Okay. No, necessitate. Okay, necessitate an iddah. Some words are hard to pronounce. Necessitate, yeah. So meaning that given that it's necessary for child brides, women that you have married, for them to also follow iddah, that means that you have consummated the marriage with them. That means that Allah is assuming that you have had sex with your underage wives. So conclusion, the inclusion of prepubescent girls in the iddah framework, which is chapter 65, verse 4, combined with the exemption for unconsummated marriages, which is chapter 33, verse 49, means that sexual relations with prepubescent girls are permissible within the bounds of Islamic marriage, which I think it's an insult to marriage to call this marriage. This is great, right? This interpretation, rooted in classical Islamic jurisprudence, has been widely criticized in modern times for ethical and human rights concerns, while traditional scholars in modern times, people have criticized this. Okay, while traditional scholars relied on the norms of their societies, modern scholars argue for contextual readings of these verses, emphasizing the need for maturity and consent in marriage. So modern Islamic scholars have tried to come up with a context to re-examine what these verses are saying. The classical Islamic interpretation consistently aligned with the permissibility of prepubescent marriage and consummation, as derived from the Quran and Hadith. But modern reinterpretations deviate due to external influences after than intrinsic changes in Islamic doctrine. So this is very important to understand, okay? Because a lot of people say, well, we now have modern Islamic scholars that are trying to look at these verses differently. That is true. However, let me make this critical point, okay? Even if that's true. The three verses that I showed you, Surah Baqarah, verse 228. This verse sets the precedent for iddah as a fundamental aspect of divorce, okay? Tying it directly to the possibility of pregnancy. That verse, classical scholars treated this as a universal ruling for all women who could potentially bear children. So throughout Islamic scholarship, throughout the history of Islamic scholarship, every single tafsir and hadith agrees with the interpretation of the first verse that I showed you. The second verse that I told you, verse 49 of Surah 33. Classical scholars use this verse to distinguish between consummated and unconsummated marriages. If there was no consummation, there is no iddah. This reinforced the link between iddah and sexual relationships. Again, there is no classical interpretation of the second verse that I showed you that disagrees with the interpretation that I have. Every single hadith related to that Quranic verse and every single tafsir commenting of that Quranic verse agrees with the interpretation that I have. Most importantly, the third verse. Verse 4 of chapter 65. Chapter 65 is the talaq chapter of the Quran. Surat al-Talaq. Talaq means divorce. That's entire chapter 65 is about divorce, right? So it says, the explicit mention of those who have not menstruated, because now modern Islamic scholars, impacted by modernity, they're trying to say, well, not those who have not menstruated doesn't mean little girls. Okay? This is what I could say against them. The explicit mention of those who have not menstruated was universally interpreted by classical scholars as referring to prepubescent girls. The iddah for such girls was seen as applicable because marriage and consummation with them were considered permissible. Every single tafsir and hadith regarding the third verse also agrees with the interpretation that I give you. Tell that to that philosopher who got 2 PhDs in philosophy of religion to go read the classical tradition regarding this verse. For example, let me give you 2 tafsirs which that guy who was trying to pull ranks on that woman who was correct about Islam should have been aware of. Tafsir al-Jalalain and Tafsir Ibn Kathir. If anybody understands the tafsir, they know that Ibn Kathir especially is as high as you could go when it comes to hadith, when it comes to commentary on the Quranic verses, right? For example, Tafsir al-Jalalain and Tafsir Ibn Kathir and other classical exegesis uniformly acknowledge that this verse includes prepubescent girls. Uniformly, without exception. Also, the hadith of Aisha's marriage to Prophet Muhammad at the age of 6 and its consummation at 9, Sahih Muslim and Sahih Bukhari, was often cited as evidence for the permissibility of such practices. Guys, please understand that Sahih Muslim and Sahih Bukhari are the 2 most authoritative collections of hadith in Sunni Islam. And together they are fundamental for Islamic law, which is called fiqh, right? And theology, which is aqidah, and ethics. They are considered second only to the Quran, Sahih Muslim and Sahih Bukhari. And even when it comes to Shias, their hadith confirms the same thing. And even worse, because we have Ali doing the same thing. and their other imams. So let me talk about the modern reinterpretations of this verse. The reinterpretation of these verses to exclude prepubescent girls or to emphasize maturity and consent is a modern phenomenon driven by, one, globalization, increased interaction with cultures and legal systems that view child marriage as unethical. Two, human rights and norms, the near universal rejection of child marriage in contemporary global ethics and legal frameworks. Three, pressure on Muslim communities, calls for reform and alignment with international standards have prompted re-examinations of classical interpretation. This shift does not arise, please mention this every time somebody tells you about modern reinterpretations of these verses, okay? This shift does not arise from within Islamic jurisprudence itself, but rather as a response to modernity. It represents a reinterpretation based on external moral frameworks, not a continuation of Islamic tradition. So if anybody is trying to tell you that where it says those who have not menstruated is not talking about little girls, tell them that the hadith and hundreds of years of Islamic tafsir consistently say otherwise. And even if you change the interpretation, that is not because of Islam, that is because of modernity. Modernity is making you say that, not Islam. Unanimity in pre-modern scholarship, classical scholars across major Islamic schools of thought, whether it's Hanafi, Shafi'i, Maliki, Hanbali, or Shia, Ethna, Ashari, all of them upheld the permissibility of prepubescent marriages and consummation, yes, basically having sex with them, based on these verses and prophetic precedent. Yeah. Islamic law codification. These rulings were codified in Islamic fiqh, which means Islamic jurisprudence, manuals such as The Reliance of the Traveler, which is a Shafi'i school of thought book, right? Which has details and conditions for marriage to minors written in it, in The Reliance of the Traveler. And also another book for the Hanafi school, for example, is the Hidayah, which means guidance, discusses iddah for prepubescent girls explicitly. So you could see the evidence for this in Islamic fiqh. And also, if you want to go Shia, you could see in Nahj al-Balagha, for example, which is by Imam Ali, the permissibility of having sex with children and even sex slaves. So by excluding modern interpretations, the conclusion becomes clear. The permissibility of prepubescent marriages and consummation is consistent within classical Islamic jurisprudence. The shift to modern reinterpretations is influenced by external modern morals and legal frameworks, not by doctrinal evolution within Islam. This shows that classical Islam itself did not challenge these practices, and any deviation today is due to external modern pressures rather than inherent changes in Islamic principles. This highlights a distinction between Islamic tradition and modern ethical reinterpretations. Okay, so that guy also mentioned that Islam emphasizes consent, which is bullcrap. I could do another verse showing you that not only Islam does not value consent, it very straightforwardly allows graping sex slaves that you have captured in battle. That's Quran chapter 4, verse 24. I don't know if you want me. I have gone over this verse many times on my shows. I don't know if you want me to do that here again. Maybe I don't want to. Maybe it's going to get too nerdy for you guys, given the length of the speech that I just gave you. No, Navid is saying, Armin, wasn't there a verse stating that women need to have gone through puberty to get married? Nope. The verse, actually, we have actually verses that's actually not, no. I know which verse. I've actually debated this with mullahs on my Persian channel. That it does not say that. It does not say that. I actually showed you that it pretty clearly, the Quran tells you that you are allowed to have sex with puberous and girls. No. Yeah, Heavy Gretel is saying, I appreciate the nerd stuff. Well, thank you, Heavy Gretel. I appreciate you appreciating that. So I could get more nerdy with this verse right now. I don't want to exhaust you guys, so I'm not going to go over this. But this verse and the verse before it gives you the context, and the verse after it clearly tells you that you're allowed to basically grape women, even if they're married, if you capture them in battle against their will. So let's go back to that smug fucker over here and listen to him one more time after I showed you everything. I don't know how he does not know this stuff. I don't know how he has 2 PhDs and does not know this stuff. I mean, all you have to do is read the Quran, read the Hadith, find the Hadith that is relevant to that Quranic verse, and read the tafsir. Every single tafsir for the past 1200 years is consistent. If people are like, oh, that's the wrong interpretation. If my interpretation is the wrong interpretation, then Muslims have been interpreting this verse wrong for the past 1200 years. Because not 1200 years, because the interpretations came later. If Muslims have been interpreting this verse wrongly for the past 1200 years, their scholars, their native Arab-speaking scholars have been interpreting this verse wrongly for the past 1200 years, because they all agree with me, right? Then this book is fucking useless. Then this book is dangerous because it could be interpreted wrong so easily. What's the point of this fucking book? That everybody has been getting it wrong. Only people, what a coincidence. What a coincidence that some Muslim scholars have only realized that what this Quranic verse was saying all along, only when modernity and Western Enlightenment thinking got us to the point that maybe it's not a good idea to grape children. And all of a sudden, Muslims are like, aha, these verses have been saying this for all this time. And all those other scholars before us were wrong. And we just realized that this Quranic verse means exactly something else. And it's only a coincidence that it's now saying exactly what you guys are saying. Sure. Okay. Look at this smug guy here. Okay.
There is.
Pakistani British men.
Ask her again about the white school shooters.
Where
she didn't
I read
answer
the Quran.
answer that question.
It's nice to have a conspiracy theorist on the line. It's always good fun. I hate to
pull rank at you and sound like a twat, but
not a
both of my PhDs
theory,
are in philosophy of religion, and I think I'm slightly more qualified to speak.
She said, I just heard what she said right now. She said, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. It's called the Quran. Perfect answer. This woman, I don't know what her education is. I hope she has very limited education so that we could brag about her being smart enough not to need the education that this man hasn't helped this man. Like, what is the worth of your education? This woman read the Quran and understood it. You have 2 PhDs and you didn't understand a basic. Guys, do you understand that the things that I showed you, it takes 30 minutes of research to be able to verify what I just said. 30 minutes of research. This man has 2 PhDs, and look how confident he is about this woman being a conspiratorial nut job. And she's like, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. It's called the Quran. Maybe you should try reading it, motherfucker. Look at how she responds. This is a perfect response.
On the line. It's always good fun. I hate to pull rank at you and sound like a twat, but
not a
both of my PhDs
theory,
are in philosophy of religion,
Quran.
and I think I'm slightly more qualified to speak about the Quran than you are, and to suggest even for a moment that that document allows for, what it does is condemn non-consensual marriage. And
I actually have to show you the second verse. Does it condemn non-consensual? Does it really condemn non-consensual? Really? Okay. First of all, that wasn't even her point. Her point was sex with minors, which I showed you that it does promote that. Okay, but he's talking about non-consent. Well, okay.
Non-consensual sexual contact. Like,
well, I'd look up the rates of child brides then, and I'd see
the
what
real risk
countries
you
they're
have in
most
the US
prevalent in.
isn't multiculturalism. It's a multi-billionaire running the biggest social media planet, one of the biggest in the world, which has turned into an echo chamber of your ridiculous ideology. And the fact that you're telling us all and telling the British public, who
look at that smile on his face, thinking that he's so right.
We're proudly multicultural. As someone that was brought up in multicultural working class Birmingham, I can tell you for sure that there's not you won't find a Muslim there who's read the Quran and went, oh, you know what, I didn't rule out sexual violence, so I might just crack.
Yeah, first of all, most Muslims do not read the Quran, and even the ones they do, they're reciting it. He should know that. He has 2 PhDs in religious philosophy, in philosophy and religion. And he doesn't know that the practice in Islam of reading the Quran is just recitation. What has sawab, what has brownie points Islamically, even Arab speaking guys, ex-Muslims in the live chat, tell them this. Even Arab speaking Muslims, when they're reading the Quran, most Muslims don't even read it. But even the ones who do, to get some brownie points with Allah, what they're doing is just recitation. It's an act of worship in Islam to just recite the Quran, meaning that they're just going over the words just reciting it without actually reading and understanding, like going over the meaning. I've been in a Muslim community. I was raised in a Muslim community. I know when Muslims read the Quran, what they're doing. They're just reciting the words. They have the vast majority of the time, they're not have any idea what they're reading, or they're not paying attention to what they're reading. And you should know this. You should know this. It's an act of worship to recite the Quran, and it's just recitation, not actually reading it and paying attention to what it's saying.
And went, oh, you know what? I didn't rule out sexual violence, so I might just crack on with that.
And that's a straw man, because that's not the claim that she was making.
I don't know what planet you're living on or what you're smoking, but I'd suggest that you do a course in religious studies before you start chatting.
She's doing quite fine without your elitist course in religious studies. I mean, she only needs to do a basic research to go look at what Islamic scholars have been saying for the past 1200 years. It's all online. She doesn't need your fucking stupid university degree to be able to understand it.
Well, thank you.
How do you not understand that? How have you not seen what Islamic scholars themselves say about these verses with your degree?
I'd suggest that you do a course in religious studies before you start chatting.
Well, thank you for the ad hominem attacks. I'm sure that means you have a really strong argument, but I think the young working class girls who probably grew up in the same areas that you did would beg to differ. I don't understand what you're saying. I've read the Quran. I've seen what's in there. Even if you don't think that my interpretation of the Quran is correct, I would point you to, I don't know what.
Yeah, by the way, he doesn't provide any source. At least this woman is providing the Quran as a source. Like, it's just like, I just have a degree. I hate to be a twat to put ranks on you. And I know his arguments is like, I just know more.
Countries have the most issues when it comes to child brides and raping of young girls and children. It's obviously a systemic cultural problem with Islam. It's not.
So let me actually, guys, I have to do this. Sorry, I know it's going to get long, but this guy made me so angry when he talked about consent. He says like, oh, Islam teaches the importance of consent. What the fuck? What? I don't know what religion you've been studying. It cannot be Islam. Islam teaches the importance of consent. Really? Sure, buddy. Sure. Let's see. I mean, we have hadiths of the Quran telling you that if you say no, oh, I know what he means by consent. We have hadiths in Islam that tells you that if you say no to your husband, then angels will be, when he wants sex, then the angels will be cursing you all night till morning. So sure, if you are saying yes to your husband at the threat of not being cursed by 1,000 angels, if you call that consent, then sure, then it does teach consent. Okay, but let me actually. Now, should I bring that hadith? Do you want me to bring that hadith? The cursed by angels hadith. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Somebody, I don't have that one prepared. Yeah, okay. I think I found it already. Damn, it's easy to find these things. How did these people not know this? How these people not know this? When it's so easy to find this stuff. I want to make sure that I have the one. The correct one. Yeah. There's one that is more precise with the translation, but this one is just good to make my point. Let me see if I could find the more precise translation that I always like to bring. Oh, here, I found it. Oh. There. Yay, found it. Found it. Guys, with that being prepared, I found it. Okay, here. That was fast enough, right? This is Hadith Sahih Bukhari. As I mentioned, it's second only to the Quran, is accepted by all four Islamic schools of thought as the word of Muhammad. Like it's undeniable word of Muhammad, right? So Allah's messenger, that means Muhammad, sallallahu alayhi, said, if a husband calls his wife to his bed, i.e. to have sexual relation, and she refuses and causes him to sleep in anger, then angels will curse her till morning. I mean, she said yes, probably out of the fear of being cursed by angels. I mean, that sounds pretty fucking intense. I mean, is if you get a yes because of this from your wife, is that consent? Is that consent? By the way, for people who doubt that this is part of Islam, here's the source. Here's the hadith. But worse than that is the Quran itself. So there's two verses that I want to show you, verse 23 and verse 24. Verse 23 is giving you a list of the people who you cannot fuck. The Quran tells you who you can't fuck. And these are the people called the unfuckables. I kid you not. They're called no-mahrams and are basically the people of your family. Mahram, but no, sorry, they're called, mahram and no-mahram. Yeah, so meaning that it's a sin to have sex with these people. And in Islam, you refer to your family members as people who are sin to have sex with. Imagine how lovely Islam is, right? When you say no mahram to your family members, you're basically calling them, in Islam, when you say the word that you have for your family members is the people who are not allowed to have sex with. So imagine looking at your daughter, your wife, not your daughter, your sister, and your mother, and referring to them as no mahram, meaning the people who are. So no mahram in Islam is basically the way that you say my family member, my female family members. But imagine how disgusting Islam is, that's how you look at your daughter. It's like the word for your daughter and your sister and your mother in Islam is unfuckable. Unfuckable. Yeah, mahram and no mahram. The unfuckable ones, yes. But for example, like, oh no, my dear unfuckables. Isn't that disgusting? Isn't that disgusting to refer to your my I need to protect my, like when you say I need to protect my family members in Islam, you would say I need to protect my unfuckables. This is so weird. Man, this is such a weird religion. Anyways, this Quranic verse is listing them here. Who are these people? Who are prohibited to you? Who are these forbidden ones, right? And as you can see, the list starts off with your mothers, your daughters, your sisters, your father's sisters, your mother's sisters, your brother's daughters, your sister's daughters. The list keeps going on. Wait, am I on the right page? No, sorry, I'm so this is the verse, right? Let me start at the beginning. Right? So this is the first verse, chapter 4, Surah Al-Nisa, verse 23. So it starts here. Prohibited to you, forbidden to you are, prohibited to you are your mothers, your daughters, your sisters, your father's sisters, your mother's sisters, your brother's daughters, your sister's daughters, and the list keeps going on. The people who you cannot have sex with, right? The interesting thing makes Islam a problem is that it doesn't include your cousins, and because it doesn't include your cousins, this has caused a lot of inbreeding with cousins in Islam. Because if it's wrong, if you say that it's wrong to have sex with your cousins, then you are saying that something is wrong that Allah did not make a sin. And that would be a sin to say. It would be a sin to say that it's wrong to do something, to forbid something that Allah has not forbidden. Actually, the Quran itself makes it clear that it's a sin to forbid something that Allah has not forbidden. And because the cousins have not been forbidden here, cousin marriage is an issue in the Islamic world. But you cannot, so who else you cannot fuck? Your sister's daughter, your milk mothers. Oh, your milk mothers. This has, you guys know, I should do an entire stream about the whole idea of if you drink someone's milk, they become unfuckable because they're now your milk mothers, and they become mahram, meaning that now you could talk to them and be in the same room for them. And this whole idea being used by, I should do an entire stream on this. What do you guys think? Telling you about the implications of this, because you could basically drink someone else's milk and now they become your mother, and now you cannot have. There's so many funny implications to this, which I could do an entire 2-hour stream on. Let me know if you want me to do that. Who else is in this? Your wives, okay. Your wives unto whom? Okay, no. So your stepdaughters and your guardianship, guardianship born out of your wives unto whom you have gone in. This is very romantic. So people you have went into, okay. But if you have not gone onto them, there is no sin upon you. Okay, so the list keeps going on. That's what the point of this verse is. But as we read verse 23 of chapter 4 of the Quran, once you go to the verse after, which is verse 24, this is what we want to talk about. When we talk about consent, this is what the verse we want to talk about, right? Because verse 24 is the continuation of that list of the people who you cannot have sex with. And it says, and also prohibited to you are married women. So women who are married with other men, you cannot have sex with them. Naturally, what we expect from the Quran, except every time you hear this, if you are not familiar with this verse, you should be shocked. Because the Quran, don't read the rest. Don't read the rest. Just hold on. Guys, ignore. Do not read the rest. Just think about the fact that the Quran, Allah says except here. Even before reading the rest of this verse, do you understand that the fact that Allah is telling you that you are allowed to have sex with some married woman itself is shocking to most people, including Muslims? Most Muslims do not know that the Quran tells you that you are allowed to have sex with some married women who have already married to another man. You are allowed to have sex with them, some of them. Did you guys know this? Tell me, how many of you knew this? But what is this exception? What are these? So remember, we're going through the list, verse 23, continuing in verse 24, telling the woman you cannot have sex with. On this list, we get to the women who are married, who you cannot have sex with, but there is an exception. And the exception is those your right hand possesses. All right? And what does that mean? What does this mean? Those who your right hand possesses, meaning slaves, war captives. Basically, if you capture a woman in war, you can grape her even if she's already married. This is talking about sex slaves. So let me read this to you so people understand what just happened here. Classical interpretation. Those your right hand possesses refers to female slaves captured in war. And again, every single hadith referring to this verse agrees with that interpretation. Classical scholars universally agreed that this phrase meant female war captives. Last time I checked, guys, female war captives who have husbands do not willingly have sex with you. Is it too much to assume a lack of consent here? Imagine somebody capturing you in war and you have a husband and you're having sex with them. I don't think there's a lot of consent involved here. So classical scholars universally agreed that this phrase meant female war captives could be taken as slaves, and their status as married women, if applicable, was nullified upon captivity. Key sources: Tafsir al-Jalalain, and Tafsir Ibn Kathir. Again, these are some of the most authoritative. Tafsir basically means commentaries on the Quran by Islamic scholars throughout history. And I'm just using two as an example, but the rest of them say the same thing. So Tafsir al-Jalalain, yes, states that those your right hand possesses refers to lawful sexual relations with slave women after they are taken as captives. By lawful, he means Islamic. It means according to Sharia. So make sure that if you are having sex with your female slaves without their consent, make sure that it's lawful. Lawful means Islamically approved. Oh, which means basically you have to make sure if they're pregnant is not allowed. The exception is that they shouldn't be pregnant, right? It continues, okay. Tafsir Ibn Kathir, which is another very famous authoritative tafsir of the Quran, explains, again, these are by Islamic scholars throughout history, explains that the marriage bond of a captive woman to her non-Muslim husband is annulled upon her capture. And also we have, you guys are like, oh, tafsirs, these are Islamic scholars, Armin. These are Islamic scholars. Islamic scholars could be wrong. Islam doesn't teach you that every single Islamic scholar is all right all the time. Okay. However, the fact that Islamic scholars unanimously believed in this interpretation suggests that this is the most correct interpretation. But okay, let's not trust Islamic scholars. How about we trust Muhammad himself? How about we go to the hadith? Hadith Muslim, Sahih Muslim, and Sahih Bukhari. You think I have only tafsir for the interpretation? I also have hadith, which basically means uses Muhammad himself as a source. Islamic scholars can be wrong about the interpretation. Muhammad cannot be wrong about the interpretation. Muhammad, according to Islam itself, is flawless about his understanding of Islam. Right? So, Sahih Muslim and Sahih Bukhari are the two. So, let's see actually. All the commentary, yeah, so here, supporting hadith. Sahih Muslim, the companions of the Prophet ask about engaging in sexual relations with female captives during campaigns, and the Prophet allowed it under the condition that the captives were not pregnant. They were talking, and this hadith, also gives you the Sha'nun Nuzul, meaning the context in which this verse was revealed. Because it's interesting, if you actually read, so if you really want to understand the Quran, there are 3 things that you need to study surrounding every verse: the tafsir, the hadith, and the Sha'nun Nuzul. The tafsir means the scholarship commentary around that verse. The hadith means the authentic hadith, meaning, like, for example, like Sahih Muslim and Sahih Bukhari, is basically gives you the sunnah, means Muhammad's commentary regarding that hadith, regarding that verse. And Sha'nun Nuzul is the context, the story, the environment, the condition in which that verse was revealed and came down to Muhammad, the story in which, why, and when it came down. And if you read all of these things, then you will fully understand the context of each verse. And the context of this part of this verse, if you read the Sha'nun Nuzul, is that the followers of Muhammad thought that this is wrong to have sex with women that they have captured if they have husbands. And Muhammad was like, no, it's fine. It's fine. Just make sure they're not pregnant. So remember, this means, based on the Sha'nun Nuzul accepted by Islam itself, the people at that time had higher moral standards than Muhammad. So people are like, oh, well, these were standards at that time. It was backwards for that time. According to this Sha'nun Nuzul, even back then, this was considered like, well, maybe we shouldn't be doing that. And Muhammad's like, nope, it's fine. And we have also Sahih Bukhari, another hadith, highlights the permissibility of taking female captives and annulling their prior marriages. So hadith, the most authentic hadith that you could find, confirms this interpretation. The verse explicitly forbids sexual relationship with married women except when they are captives. This means that the act of captivity nullifies their existing marriage of the woman. This ruling was codified in classical jurisprudence and upheld across all major Islamic schools of thought. Once a woman became a slave, it was permissible for the owner to have sexual relationship with her after ensuring she was not pregnant. So the condition is not consent, is just lack of pregnancy. So you have to wait 1 menstrual cycle to have sex with her, just because you can see that the Quran is not obsessed with consent. The Quran is obsessed with the tribal mentality of that time, which is this my son or not my son? It was very important for you to know, is this my son? So the Quran is like, just make sure she's not pregnant so that you know if she has a baby, just wait 1 waiting period, one menstrual cycle, just to make sure that if you impregnate her, like the priority is the well-being of the man. The priority is not if she consents. It doesn't talk anything about consent. The issue is make sure the man knows who belongs to him. All major classical scholars, whether Hanafi, Shafi'i, Maliki, Hanbali, Ethno Ashari, Shia, Sunni, interpreted this verse as permitting the capture and sexual use of female captives in war. Tell this scholar with 2 PhDs in philosophy of religion how he missed all of this. How did he miss all of this? Again, what I'm telling you is not hard to find. Modern reinterpretation, shifting context. Modern scholars, some of them, not all of them, try to, even a minority of them, argue that the verse is limited to the context of 7th century Arabia, where slavery was a social and economic norm. They claim that this is not prescriptive for all times. The fact that you think it was allowed okay at some times is still disgusting. for all times, but descriptive of a historical practice. Moral and legal pressure. Okay, so modern reinterpretations arouse largely due to, again, one, global abolition of slavery, so not from Islam itself. Two, universal human rights norms that reject the idea of owning another human being. Three, increased scrutiny of Islam's stance on slavery by non-Muslim critics. So again, there's a reason why we have some people trying to reinterpret this. It comes not from Islam itself, it's from non-Islamic pressure. Reformist views. Some modern Islamic scholars assert that the verses is no longer applicable because slavery itself has been abolished in modern Muslim majority countries. These reinterpretations are driven by external pressure, not by consistent trajectory within Islamic scholarship. Consistency of classical interpretation. Unanimous understanding. Before modernity, no classical Islamic scholar rejected the literal meaning of this verse. The ruling around right-hand positions were universally accepted as part of Islamic jurisprudence. Legal codification manuals of Islamic law, such as, okay, I need to read the Arabic version, because if I read the English, Muwatta by Imam Malik, which is a major source of understanding Islamic fiqh, discusses the conditions under which captives could be taken and used. So if you actually try to do more deep legal codification analysis of the Islamic jurisprudence, you can see that they actually go into so much detail about how this should, not that if this should be done, but about how this should be done. And also we talked about the Hadiyah by the Hanafi fiqh, which is another legal codification of Islamic jurisprudence, provides detailed rulings on war captives and their treatment. And you could go read all, no, it's not Hadiyah, it's Hidayah. You could go read all of that. You could see in how much detail they add to all of this. And the reliance of the traveler, which is also from the Shafi'i Islam fiqh, or Islamic school of thought, codifies the permissibility of relations with captives under specific conditions. So they don't tell you that you cannot do this. They just add you condition. They analyze the conditions. For example, lack of pregnancy. So the key point here is the permissibility of taking and sexually engaging with war captives was seen as an intrinsic part of Islamic laws of war, and was not subject to debate among classical scholars. So the verse 24 of chapter 4 of the Quran explicitly permits sexual relationship with female captives under specific conditions. And we talked about the unanimously supported this, and all the scholars unanimously supported this, with rulings codified in all major schools of Islamic jurisprudence. And the modern reinterpretation arises solely due to external pressure for modern moral and legal frameworks, not from within Islamic doctrine. This demonstrates that classical Islamic jurisprudence unequivocally upheld the practice as valid and binding, and only modernity, with its emphasis on human rights and abolition of slavery, has forced a shift in how this verse is understood today. Thus, the change in interpretation stems from modern influence, not from Islam itself. And also, this reinterpretation is not widespread. Like, vast majority of scholars today still agree with the classical interpretation. But don't be fooled by a few modern Western reformist scholars trying to act like this was completely something different to begin with. Guys, do you appreciate what I just did here? I know a lot of people, like, we lose audience when I get this nerdy and I get into so much detail, right? But I hope a lot of you appreciate what I just did here, because not a lot of people don't understand Quran as well as you guys just understood them right now regarding to these two concepts, consent and also sexual relationships with minors, right? I went into a lot of details for you guys to show you why to justify the anti-Islam position regarding these cases that we have, right? It's not just based on, like, people think that we're just bigots or we just being hateful. We're not being hateful. You know, we are not being hateful. We actually, if we're anti-Islam, it's partly for the sake of Muslims themselves, right? It's especially because of Muslims themselves. This is undeniable. Like the things that I'm telling you, it doesn't take that much research to see what I'm saying is right. Like go look this up yourself. Don't go look at what some modern Muslim YouTubers might be saying about these verses. Go read the scholars historically, what the scholars have been saying. Native Arab speaking scholars throughout Islamic history. Go read what they have been saying about these verses if you don't believe my interpretation. Yeah, you're welcome, guys. Let me do the super chats. And by the way, Sarah had to go, and Jean is now highlighting the comments. I appreciate, guys. Thank you, guys. Like such a great team. Like Sarah, when she has to go, she has Jean ready. Jean, thank you so much for being here and highlighting the comments. You guys are amazing. We have such a great team here at the Atheist Republic. Guys, support this channel. Support this channel. Like the stream, leave a comment, share this video, subscribe, hit the bell notification. We need a bigger audience here. Okay, like you're not gonna. This breakdown, I think, is worth sharing, and also support us financially because we need your. If you're financially secure, because we're back in the red, guys, where our costs are now higher than our profits. So please support us any way you can, like with super chats. Oh, where is it? Asian American, thank you so much for the super chat saying in higher ed empathy 101 is not mandated. Oh, you're like making fun of that philosopher. That's a good one, Asian American. That's pretty clever. I like it. Thank you so much for the super chat. And then we got another super chat by Raz is saying Bukhari 28:25 is hard too. Oh my god, Bukhari is full of hard stuff. And thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate that. Yeah, Bukhari is insane. The Hadith collections itself is freaking insane. Like you won't, like some of you, if you're shocked by what I showed you today, if I show you what's in Islamic Hadith, like you guys will be terrified. And also funny. Every time I talk about Hadith being funny, I always remember the monkey stoning Hadith. Do you guys know about the monkey stoning Hadith? Okay. I'm not gonna get into it. Naked Assad, did you give context for this one? I hate distracts people from resisting distraction and from people from resisting the dictatorial state. Cheers. Well, thank you. Yeah, I still don't understand the first super chat that you sent me, but thank you again for supporting us and being a member. Okay, so Sarah and Jean start a bunch of comments. It's 25 of them. Can we make them less? Let me see. Okay, let me remove this one. Can give you many crazy things from the Talmud. The cat lady saying, Armin, you got the Talmud wrong. It's not the law. I can give you many crazy things from the Talmud. Okay, what did I say that is wrong? I didn't mention it's a command anyway. It's a command. I was talking about the Torah. I wasn't even talking about the Talmud today. So I don't know what I got wrong. I talked about Deuteronomy is not Talmud, it's Torah. Or Torah as we call it. I already responded to this one. Somebody saying in Pakistan, women are safe. We should not criticize Islam. I don't know what are you doing here if you think we shouldn't criticize Islam. Duder is saying Zionism is a racist supremacist ideology. How Zionism is racist? The idea of Jews need a place to be able to defend themselves is racist? I mean, you have to be a racist to think that Zionism is racist. How is Zionism racist? Vic is saying, Armin inadvertently made a good point. People call others Jew or gay as a slur. Have you ever heard anyone call someone a Muslim in that way? Yeah. Ricky is saying, are Muslims less likely to read the Quran than Christians are to read the Bible? I don't think so. but I don't know. We need stats. We need data for this. This is not a claim that you could just make without having access to data. I would assume that even though most Muslims don't read the Quran and most Christians don't read the Bible, if I had to guess, I would guess that a small but a higher percentage of Muslims read the Quran compared to Muslims, if I had to guess. Because Muslims, even though they're still a minority, a higher percentage of them are fundamentalists. Oh, we got a super chat. BGC saying, love you, Armin, being knowledgeable. Well, thank you, BGC. I appreciate you appreciating my work. It's good to be appreciated. Okay, the cat lady saying, about Deuteronomy, from my understanding, it's about interfering in a fight. She hit the other man, and it's not taken literally. Instead, she has to pay the man for his damage. Yeah, okay, the verse that's telling you that cut the woman's hand if you grab the verse that is telling you to cut the woman's hand for grabbing another man's balls doesn't actually mean cut the woman's hand. Sure. I mean, sure. You go with that. You know, like it sounds like an Islamic apologist. Like, oh, this verse that is telling you to kill infidels doesn't really mean kill infidels. It means like hug them. Sure. I think we already covered this. Seb is saying, my friend is a fan of Candace Owens. What should I do? Find better friends? No. I don't know. What should he do? I don't know what to do, guys. I mean, I don't know. I don't like abandoning friends like that. I would say, I'm tempted to say find better friends. Guys, do you have any suggestions? Depends on your friend. Depends on like how good your friend is into listening to you. But it just how about actually I have a good answer. Get him to subscribe to Atheist Republic. That's the best. Oh, that's the best answer. Recommend subscribing to Atheist Republic too, and especially the shows that we have where we review Candace Owens. TH saying, I can quote some bad stuff from Islam, but it's horrible. Well, that's why we should be quoting them. Peter saying, I agree, it's a trick Armin. Muslims have learned from Jews to start conflating Islam with Middle Eastern person, even though it's not applicable. Yeah, not always. This guy is saying, ex-Muslims are worse than ISIS. Okay, I don't know what to do with this claim. Yeah, I remember. I'm an ex-Muslim. I mean, he has a point. We do behead more people than ISIS. We do set more people. I mean, should I make that joke? I think that's in bad taste. YouTube might think I'm being serious. I mean, what the hell? What the hell do ex-Muslims do? What do ex-Muslims do? So talking bad about Islam in your books is as worse than throwing people off rooftops, beheading people, setting people on fire alive, mass rape. So talking bad about Islam is worse than that. I mean, your priorities seem wacky. I don't even know if I should respond to you because your priorities are so weird. You might be too far gone. And Maverick is saying that is evil, said the atheist who denies evil exists. I mean, you're assuming I deny evil. Why do you assume that about me? Evil is a word that we give to things that are bad, that cause misery and hardship. So when did I deny evil exists? If evil refers to things that makes life miserable, brings hardship and torture, and reduces people's well-being and happiness and peace and security around the world, if that's what you want to refer to as evil, then why do I have to deny the existence of evil? I mean, I could empirically, if that's your definition of evil, then I could empirically show you the existence of evil. Why do you assume that I deny evil? I mean, I call Islam evil, so I must, as you said, so I must believe in evil to call something evil. So you have nothing against my views, so you just make up a position for me and attack that. Strawmans seems to be all you have. Ram is saying, why always about us Muslims? Well, I mean, if I'm talking about Muslims, I'm trying to protect them from anti-Muslim bigotry, to be fair, while attacking Islam. It's not about Muslims, it's about Islam. And the reason why it's focused more on Islam than other religions is because I consider two ideologies to be the most destructive and toxic and harmful to the world. One of them is Marxism, or command economics in general, and the other one is Islam. So, I mean, you're taking it personally by saying us Muslim. A part of the reason why I'm anti-Islam is for the sake of Muslims. I mean, it makes sense for you to talk about atheism a lot if you're a Muslim. Like, if I was a Muslim and I was doing activism, it makes complete sense for me to talk a lot about atheism, because if you die as an atheist, you're going to go to hell forever. So me being anti-atheism would be a kind position, would be out of me sincerely caring for people, including atheists. If Islam, for example, is true and I'm a Muslim, would you fault me for attacking atheism to save people from hellfire, and to including Muslims, including atheists themselves? So we don't see that. That would be, I mean, that person would be wrong, but he or she is sincere in trying to help people. So if you see atheism as harmful to society, it makes sense for you to be anti-atheism. So if I see Islam as being harmful to society, wouldn't that make sense for me to be anti-Islam? Like, I'm sure you could see this even as a Muslim, that even if I'm wrong, I'm not doing this to be a bad person. I'm doing this. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Islam is true and I'm wrong. But you clearly could see that I have the proper intentions here. Like, I do see Islam as harmful to society, including harmful to Muslims. And I'm standing against something that is extremely harmful. Oh, Remy says also, I respect your point of view, but Tommy Robinson is a piece of shit. I don't think so. I mean, show me why. Tell me why. I mean, that's a claim. Guys, when I made the claim that Tommy is a good person, I have so many hours of videos showing that. I mean, go look at my video, why does the far right hate Tommy Robinson? But what do you have other than just this claim? I mean, I don't agree with Tommy Robinson all the time. Has made a lot of mistakes. He has a conspiratorial mindset, for example, in many things. He thinks 9/11 was an inside job. That's crazy. But also, I appreciate his activism. But if you think like that is, I mean, why? Tell me why you think he's a piece of shit. Maverick is saying Candace is way smarter than Armin. I mean, it seems like, is this the same anti-Semitic guy? I mean, I can see why somebody who's anti-Semitic would consider Candace to being very smart. So I don't know what to tell you. Ram is saying, stop supporting Zionists. Why? Zionism. I'm a liberal. I support the border integrity and the independence of every country, and its rights to defend itself, for including Israel. And if you have the position that Israel has the right to exist and has the right to defend its border and its citizens, that position will be called Zionism. So why should I stop supporting Zionism? As a liberal, it's completely in line with my liberal ideas. And Maverick is saying, pretty sure Tommy Robinson has a vast criminal record. I wouldn't say vast. He has mortgage fraud and faked his passport and contempt of court. and I never denied those flaws. I wouldn't say he has a vast criminal record. He has a criminal record, and I see it, and I don't deny it, and I still praise him for the good. I see the good, I see the bad, and I see the good. The bad doesn't wash away the good. I appreciate him being a hero while acknowledging that he did mortgage fraud. These two don't negate each other. Rami saying Armin, it's a cultural thing, not about Islam. Pakistan and Bangladesh are Muslim countries. Why Malaysia, UAE are better? Because they don't follow Islam as much. Because they take Islam less seriously on average. I mean, look, Malaysia is going backwards because now they're taking Islam more seriously. It's not because, yeah, I mean, do you think that people take Islam as seriously in Malaysia as they do in Pakistan? It is Islam. The Maverick, and it's not, so let me actually not be a reductionist. It's not just Islam. It's Islam, it's poverty, it's inbreeding, which makes it Islam, but also it's poverty. Pakistan is also has more poverty. So it's other things as well, but it's also Islam. A Maverick saying Armin is a Jew, and anyone who doesn't know that is kind of slow. Okay, so this is why you consider Candace Owens to be smart, because you're because you consider, why would I hide being a Jew? I love Israel. If I was a Jew, I would be taking advantage of that and becoming an Israeli citizen right away. If I'm a Jew, why would I be hiding that? I mean, only a person who thinks being a Jew is an insult or something evil would think that somebody is a Jew who would be hiding being a Jew. Why would I hide that? I would be on the next flight to Israel getting that citizenship if I was a Jew. I would be bragging about this right in this channel. Why would I hide that? But again, I can see why you consider I consider why a mind like yours, a broken mind like yours, would consider Candace Owens to be smarter than me. Oh my God. I wish I'm a Jew. Like, I hope like some document somewhere comes out that actually, wow, Armin actually has documented proof that he's a Jew. That Israeli citizenship, that would be, oh my God, I might even move to Israel. I don't know, that would be fantastic. The Maverick is saying, and rather than enjoy your own perversions here in the West, you authoritarian individuals seek the degradation of non-Western states. I don't know what are you high? Are you okay? What is this guy on about? What is this? Okay, used to be a Muslim and left Islam. You are a Jew and always have been. Okay, this person is not okay. What is this guy? Okay, so I've always been a Jew apparently. What else? This is funny. You're effectively saying dispose of everything in Islam because of a few using it to do wrong. Then if you're consistent, we should dispose of all science too. That has never been my argument. Are you just making up are you making up my arguments for me? My anti-Islam position is not for the reasons that you're saying. Like, you want to actually listen to what I say and respond to those, or you're just like imagining arguments that I haven't made? This is funny. Okay, I'm just gonna head out, guys. I was here for 4 hours doing this for you guys, so please like the stream, share it, subscribe, and guys, we need more membership. We need more YouTube members, because we were financially in the red, then for a while we were in the black, and now because of some changes in Patreon, we're now back in the red. So we need more YouTube members and more Patreon monthly supporters. If you can, please do not support us financially. Please do not support us financially if you're struggling financially. But if you are in a position to support us, please either become a YouTube member or support us on PayPal. Become monthly donors or monthly members. And I'm gonna do more member only live streams to appreciate our members. Okay. And for people who don't want to financially support us or can't financially support us, at least please like the stream. It doesn't cost you anything, and it really helps us out. Okay, and I think all the work that I do here is at least worth a like, right? I think it's worth that. So please do that. I want to thank Sarah and Jean for being here for all this time. I know I went long. Sorry about that. I really appreciate you guys. And yeah, oh, thank you. Oh, that's nice. We love you, Armin. Welcome to the family. Apparently, oh yeah, apparently, I'm a Jew. Welcome to the family. Oh, thank you guys. I'm a Jew now. Oh, that's great. Yes. Okay, I love that. That's beautiful. Okay, all right, guys. Love you guys. Thank you so much for all the messages of support. I read your comments, so please leave comments after the show. And till next stream. Bye bye.